Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The March 18th, 2026 meeting of the City Council will now come to order at 6 p.m. Erica, may we have roll call, please?
Jessica Ayers.
Here.
Nick Hard. Kevin Keating.
Here.
Mike Kerlinger.
Here.
John Quinn.
Here.
Zach Smith.
Here.
Kevin Stein.
Here.
Garrett West.
Here.
We have 7 present.
All right, we have a quorum. Agenda item 20, City Manager reports. Mr. Vile.
Mayor, Council, John Vile, your interim city managers, take a few minutes to update you on some things the city's been involved with over the last couple of weeks. That's not working. So 2 weeks ago, several of you took a trip to Washington, D.C., an annual trip that we've been taking to advocate for city projects and city interests before our delegation and federal agencies. We had a successful meeting where we met with several federal agencies and advocated for our projects, and we were able to meet with all of our delegation and with individual meetings, and they were attentive. Even though Washington, D.C. is kind of crazy right now, we got a lot of nice attention, a lot of great questions, and we're able to share our projects with them. The projects that were foremost that we advocated for was support for a grant for extension of the South Stage Road over Interstate 5 and a potential future interchange at that location. Work in Prescott Park to add some additional trails, but probably more than anything else is do some wildfire mitigation work up there to reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfires. As you all know, we have some downtown sewer capacity issues as the downtown area continues to grow. So we were advocating for some additional funding to help us with those, looking at a Table Rock Road improvement project. And then while we were there, we've had a grant request in front of FEMA for a couple of years now, and it's just got no traction. After our meeting with Congressman Bentz, almost within the hour, we got a phone call here in Medford that our grant had been approved, and so we have $4.4 million of mitigation money coming to the city of Medford to work on the Bear Creek Greenway and do considerable work trying to mitigate fire risk there. So if nothing else, breaking that grant loose appeared to be a successful outcome of that trip. In addition, last week, several of us participated in the chamber. They have a chamber leadership class where a group of chamber members go through a leadership curriculum, and they do a variety of different things. Last week was their media and local government day. We were able to sponsor a 101 training workshop on local government where we talked about the difference between county and city government, mayor, council forms of government versus council manager forms of government, and the roles of all the different elected officials and appointed staff. They got a tour, and then it ended with a kind of a fireside chat with myself, Mr. Card, Mr. West, and a couple of other elected officials from the Valley. Seemed to be received very well. It was kind of fun, and I think the folks from the chamber enjoyed that. As I've noted before, I just want to keep you updated on probably one of the biggest things that this council does is approve our annual budget and capital improvement projects, and just keep you informed of how we're doing on several of those. Last fall, we finished the project that the Public Works calls P25, which is the name of a project in our sewer master plan that upgraded the capacity of sewer lines along Crater Lake Highway and up Delta Waters Road. A $3 million project that increased the capacity about 80% in this area. This project was key because currently we have numerous areas in the Hillcrest foothill area of undeveloped land that cannot develop because there simply isn't sewer capacity, and the construction isn't where they're developing. The construction is way down the hill on this corridor, and by upgrading these lines, we're going to allow some of those areas to develop that have been restricted. As I noted, the project was funded in the budget at $3 million. Staff was able to deliver that project, engineering, construction, and all for about $2.3 million. A great project. Congratulations for Public Works for getting that done. We do have some key upcoming meetings. April 1st, we have several parkland donations. The Downtown Merchants Association, or Downtown Medford Association is going to be able to address us and give us an update there. April 8th, we have a study session where we're covering several things, including one last look at Main Street, and then on April 22nd, a study session that will be reviewing Stevens Street, a project that has been brought before you asked staff to go back and take a new look at that. And the last thing I would just update council on is we have an outstanding finance staff who prides themselves in numbers. And they take a lot of pride in looking at numbers. And they couldn't resist the opportunity to let the 14th of March, 3/14, or Pi Day to go by. And so several of them came in early and decorated our Chief Financial Officer's office with all kinds of very scientific pie charts, favorite kinds of pie polls, and a variety of other things, and including writing out the number pi to 500 digits. Our Chief Financial Officer, being the outstanding manager that he did check this work and found it to be accurate. That is the conclusion of my report, and if you have any questions.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Curlinger.
Ryan's a nerd. It's not a question.
All right, any questions? Thank you, sir. Move on to agenda item 30.1, which is employee recognition. Monty Barish is here to recognize an employee retirement.
Mayor, Council, Bonnie Barish, your HR Director, and we have one retirement. I guess that's not working as you've mentioned. There we go. So from our Water Reclamation District, one of our operators with 22 years of service, Juan, we call him Sarge Gallegos, is retiring at the end of the month. And he couldn't be here today, but let's all congratulate Sarge on his retirement. And with that, that concludes our employee recognition.
All right, well, thank you very much, and congratulations to Sarge on his many years of service to our community. Up next is Rogue Valley Transportation District update. Leading off, I see Kelly Matting coming on down.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Kelly Matting. I'm the Operations Manager with Rogue Valley Transit District, and I'm going to give you just an update tonight. Try to stay within my 4 minutes. So, you know that we cut service in September of 2025. Shortly after that, we did a survey, actually going out on the buses and handed out surveys and talked to people, trying to get an idea who our riders were remaining after we cut service. And what we learned is the riders were kind of similar to before our cuts. For example, 65% of our riders ride the bus every day. 70% don't have a car. Not only do they not have a car, but their household doesn't have a car. 54% are employed, and of that, 68% make less than $25,000 a year. So you can see that kind of economic place that our riders are in that really kind of precludes them from having a single occupancy vehicle. Those are the riders who ride, and primarily Medford is, not even primarily, Medford is our hub down on Front Street. All the buses come in and leave from there. So there are lots of trips to and from the city of Medford. Speaking of those trips, we had about 1 million rides last year. And I want to point out that we had almost 84,000 paratransit or valley lift rides. Those are the vans you might see. So you probably see the buses, the fixed routes, but the paratransit is really for people who qualify, who are low income, who are disabled or elderly, who can't get on a bus. And we offer that service to 3/4 of a mile on either side of our route. So you can imagine the route that goes out, from Medford to Ashland, 3/4 of a mile on either side. If you are eligible, you can get a ride And that ride, a paratransit ride, if you're usually can't get on the bus, those rides are from home to the destination and from the destination back home, as opposed to our fixed route. And that's why we took almost 45,000 bikes, because you can imagine a person is leaving their home or where they're coming from, riding their bike, getting on our bus, taking it somewhere, and then riding their bike to a destination. And then we have the rides that we give to students. What happened in 2025, and you'll see an increase in our expenditures, of course, mainly due to capital projects. But a couple things happened. One, the federal government withheld payment from us for a while. That created a cash flow issue. And then we could also see, we anticipated that in this year, or this last legislative session, the full session, that we would have received an additional funding through the payroll tax. And while that may have happened if the referendum hadn't come about, it was only for a year and a half. It really wouldn't have been for operations. And looking down the road, this is what we saw. We saw that our revenues and our expenditures were not going to match, and we needed to make some adjustments. Those cuts that we made were just that adjustment. And one of the reasons that that adjustment was necessary, not only because of some cash issues, but not surprising to you or anyone in this chamber that goes out and buys groceries or goes and gets their car fixed or does anything, since 2019, costs have escalated exponentially. And I just want to point out that cost per service hour in particular. So in the last 7 years, our cost per service hour has gone up 78%. Our revenue only goes up between 2.5% and 3%. So during that 7 years, our revenue went up 21%, and that cost per service hour, which includes our drivers, gas, our mechanics, our field supervisors, the people that sit in our customer service area, all the admin, that is primarily why we needed to cut service. Not only because our revenue wasn't keeping up, but our expenditures went up as much as they did. I want you to know too that not only did we cut service, we cut about 40% of our service, 9 routes, we cut weekday evenings, and we cut Saturdays. But we also did some internal kind of right sizing as well, laying off managers, suspending a variety of contracts, including our security, and now we have our field supervisors that work in conjunction when things get really bad with MPD, and I want to put a plug in for our relationship with them. They called me and said, you don't have a trespass agreement with us, which I was stunned that we didn't. They helped facilitate that. Boom, we were done, and we could call if someone was really misbehaving in a way that we couldn't handle. We would call MPD, and they're right there with us in partnership. So I want to put out a plug for them. They're wonderful. We froze management wages, and we reevaluated our health care and required all of our employees to pay significantly more for it. So where we are moving into the future is, and that bar chart that I showed you doesn't have the levy in it because we're not sure that's going to pass. It doesn't have any additional state funding should something else transpire. But the board approved RVTD moving forward with a special operating levy. It's a maximum of 5 years. So we went out in 2014 and were defeated. We went out again in 2016 and just kind of flipped. And I think a lot of education occurred during that time and between those 2 years. And then 5 years later, 2021, another operating levy that was successful, and we're putting back on a levy in 2026. And I'm here just stating the facts about what the levy does. So the board approved 13 cents. That's the same amount that was in 2016 that passed and the same amount that was in 2021. If you have an assessed house with an assessed value of $400,000, and that's assessed value, not real market value, and there's a big difference between those two, your annual tax would be $52 a year for RVTD. The things that the board has looked at potentially putting back, When we did the survey that showed kind of that ridership, those ridership statistics, it was our riders wanted Saturday service back. As you can imagine, I even talked to people on buses who said, I used to work on Saturday and I can't because it costs me $50 to take an Uber back and forth to get to my job, and it's simply not worth it. I used to shop on Saturdays and I can't anymore. And then weekday evening services, which is critical for people living in Medford who might work in Ashland or work in the service industry that is open late. When we cut back late night service, we heard from people saying, I work until 9, and I used to be able to take the bus from Ashland back to Medford, and I can't anymore. So I think with the levy, if the levy passes, that's what the board will look at. That won't take place until November or December because we won't start collecting money until then. I probably didn't stay within my 4 minutes, Mayor. Sorry about that. But I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Yeah, Garrett.
Ms. Matting, thank you so much for coming, and I saw Mr. Mansfield in the audience too, and we really appreciate it. So to clarify, this is just a renewal of an existing levy, right?
Yes.
You're not asking for more money.
No, we are not asking for more money.
And you said, if my house was worth $400,000, I'd be paying about $54 a year, which, I paid more for Uber rides and one ride before.
Yes.
Okay. And you generally, like, riders of RVTD have to pay to ride the buses, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But, Councilor West, what I would say is the vast majority of them pay, it's $2 a ride.
Okay.
If you're a veteran, you pay $1. If you are engaged in programs like with the Salvation Army or maybe with other agencies like the United Way, you may get a reduced fare, which we're required to provide out into the community. So not everyone pays $2, but I think the majority do.
Okay, that makes sense. And you said that 65% of your riders ride almost daily, 70% don't have a car, and that 54% of your ridership are employed, with most of them making less than $25,000 a year.
28.
28. So my question for you is, what happens if you're forced into more cuts and these people can't get to work?
I really hope that's not going to happen, Councilor West. Right now, we have what I would consider the backbone of service, that the kind of least amount of service that we could provide. Our headways went to 30 minutes. Maybe they would go to more than that. We're going to White City, Central Point, Ashland, so we hit Talent in Phoenix. And there are 3 routes in Medford, West Medford, going out Poplar, and then going to the hospital. We haven't approached that with our board. Frankly, we will need to in 3 years if we receive no additional funding. 3 to 4 years is sort of the next cliff, and hopefully we're not going to get there.
Have any of our sister cities endorsed the levy?
Yes. Central Point and Ashland last night, Phoenix, and Talent. My boss, the general manager, is at Talent tonight, and I'm here.
Okay. And my last question is, the Medford City Council, we don't endorse candidates for the voters' pamphlet statement. And as far as I'm aware, I don't know if we've ever endorsed a ballot measure. Have we? Okay, well, our historian, Mr. Stein, is here to correct us. Why should the city council take a stance on a ballot measure like this?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
I would ask Mr. Mansfield. I can't be an advocate. I can only be a bureaucrat,
Okay, that's
which
fair enough.
I'm good at, and I'm going to stick in my lane. So,
Thank you very much.
yeah.
Mr. Kerlinger? And then Kevin.
Can you go back just a couple of slides, the income, the revenue and expenses?
Yes.
So you explained a little bit what happened last year, and I mean, all the costs are going up everywhere, and we're left with increasing fees or reducing service. I mean, it's not unique to RVTD, and I empathize with having to make those decisions. You noted that the revenue here doesn't anticipate or doesn't presume inclusion of the levy. If the levy passes, how much closer to even do you guys get as it's been historically versus how much of a gap is remaining?
So Counselor Kurlinger, the revenue right now in 2026, that revenue and expenditure line bar graph are virtually the same because we cut service. If the levy passes, our plan is to add back service and the revenue and expenditure lines will be roughly equal.
Thank you.
I was going to mention it first. So yeah, obviously this is a hyper-local issue. So in my opinion, I mean, the council can do anything the council wants to, right? In my time, I think it's better if we do weigh on something. One, it should be super narrow focused and super local focused, right? And so this was an example of that, right? So yes, in 2016 and in 2021, the council did, as a motion, say, yes, the council supports this. We could do that this time around. It is something to kind of, maybe it's not this meeting, unless some people want to do it at the end. Maybe there's people want to talk about the language of what that looks like, or, you know, obviously staff time can only be done in certain things. As an individual, just like anything else, as an individual council member, you can go do whatever you want in terms of supporting this. So that's kind of a little bit of the background of what the council's done in the past and what we could do in the future. Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Now we are on to agenda item 40, oral requests and communications. This is where the city council sets aside 30 minutes for in-person public comments. Comments are limited to 2 minutes per person or organization. And as outlined in the agenda, the public may also submit written comments to the council. Erica, please note the written comments received for the record.
We received written comments from 6 people: Chandra Robinson, Mark Milner, Luke Bryan, Scott Salcido, Andy Whitlock, and David Browder submitted written comments requesting the city council reconsider its decision regarding the Main Street configuration and supported option 3. The comments were submitted to the mayor, the city council, and appropriate staff. Comments are also available on the city's website. There are no other written comments for agenda line item 40.
Thank you. Before hearing public comments, I'd like to note the decorum policy for the council chambers. The use of noisemakers or disruptive audience behavior such as applause, cheering, or shouting is not permitted. Decorum violations are time-consuming and disrespectful to the speaker and all attendees. Failure to follow the basic standards of decorum may result in removal from the meeting. Finally, I'd like to emphasize that this is your opportunity to provide comments to the council and is not intended to be a time for questions and answers. Quick break here. We have a fairly full house, but we also have 2 public hearings. So are you able to distinguish between comments for the public hearing and comments for general comments to the council?
Yes, we did that beforehand.
Great. All right, so if you've completed a public comment form, please come to the front of the room when your name is called. The time is 6:23, and public comments will be heard for another 30 minutes. Can you
Okay.
call the first 3?
We have Mary Follett, Amanda Meineke, and Abigail Schilling.
And when you come on up, just state your name, address, and speak to the council.
Mayor and council members, I'm Mary Jo Follett, and I am a resident of Medford for over 55 years, and I think I am a little late to the party because I'm here to complain about having the Emerald baseball team stadium built in our green space in Medford, Hawthorne Park. I don't know what kind, I just heard Councilmember Kevin Stein say that the city council can do anything the city council wants to do. So I hope the city council would X this idea of putting the Emerald baseball team's stadium in Hawthorne Park. I've also, there's a little bit, we don't have much media anymore, but what I have followed has been in the Grants Pass Courier, and the study that I have read about was 157, what are they called, minor league baseball teams that were put, their stadiums were put around the United States. They are money losers, 157. And I'm just here, like I said, I'm late for the party, but I am giving you my negative comment about having it. And since the council can do whatever the council wants to do, I hope that you will take this off of your plan for the Creekside Quarter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I add some
Come on up.
content or context? Or?
Nah, it's all right.
Council members, my name is Amanda Meinke, Ward 4 resident and homeowner. I want to talk about what Medford is already becoming and why the decision to remove the bike lane works against it. We are a tourist hub in the making. This council is exploring the Creekside Quarter redevelopment, minor league stadium, and all of this is predicated on continuing to build downtown that people want to visit. We're beginning to build this destination city. Bike infrastructure is a big part of what makes that work. Jacksonville, Ashland, and Bend all have streets that are scaled for people, not just cars. And that's what draws visitors to linger, spend money, admire, and come back. Medford has advantages these cities have and more. The airport, the location, many, many visitors already coming through. It makes no sense to spend money making the streets that those visitors will visit less safe and less welcoming. We have the ingredients to be a destination city in the area and change our reputation nationwide. I've been to Kansas City and mentioned it, and people were like, oh, I've heard of Medford, but not in a good way. We have the ability to change that. The question is whether this council will make decisions that make progress towards future or waste money proving that it won't. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we call the next three?
Yes, Brendan Binger, William Mansfield, and Logan Bell.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Abigail Schilling. I've already spoken to this council as a downtown business owner. Tonight, I'm here as a woman. It's Women's History Month, and I want to talk about who gets considered when our streets are designed and who doesn't. Women are 3 times more likely than men to be the ones doing school drop-offs. Women are more likely to travel with dependents, children, elderly family members. In every city studied, women are more likely than men to be pedestrians. That means when you make a street faster and harder to cross, the people who pay the price are disproportionately women and children. Women also control roughly 80% of the consumer spending in the United States. We are the ones stopping at the shops, picking up lunch, grabbing coffee after dropping the kids off. A downtown that's safe and easy to navigate on foot is a downtown where women spend money. A 3-lane street designed to move cars through as fast as possible is not that. Your own staff told this council that reverting to 3 lanes would bring speeds back up. The current configuration slowed traffic. It made Main Street safer to cross, for me walking to my business, for parents walking to the Children's Museum, and for every woman navigating downtown with a kid on her hip and a bag on her shoulder. For decades, transportation planning has been designed around one trip. A man driving alone to work and back. Women's travel patterns, the short trips, the errands, the walking, have been an afterthought. Medford did better than that. Please don't undo it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Brendan Binger, Ward 2, 754 South Holly Street. I've already commented on the Main Street matter regarding the design merits, the planning process, and governance concerns. Tonight I want to tell you why this is personal for me. Several years ago, I was traveling northeast on 8th Street toward the intersection at Grape. The light had just changed green. A youth on a skateboard was crossing Grape Street in the crosswalk. A truck sped through the intersection on Grape Street and struck the youth in the forehead with its side mirror. The skateboard was run over by the truck. The truck did not stop. I called 911 immediately. Paramedics arrived within moments. The youth was conscious, but visibly in shock. I was told police were able to apprehend the driver. I stayed until I was certain the youth was stable and that officers didn't need my testimony. This young person survived, but it was too close. A better built environment at that intersection, lower speeds, traffic calming measures, infrastructure that communicates to drivers that they are sharing space with vulnerable road users would have helped prevent that moment from ever happening. These are exactly the scenarios our planning department was designing for when they crafted the current Main Street configuration. I don't have time tonight to catalog the numerous benefits our community enjoys from that design, but my primary investment in this matter is simple. I do not want to see a single one of our neighbors become an avoidable statistic on our public infrastructure. Please do not revert the Main Street corridor. Instead, I ask you to go further with more of the same projects throughout our city. That young person survived, the next may not. Thank you.
Next.
Good evening, Your Honor, and the members of the City Council. My name is Bill Mansfield. I was a long-time 63-year citizen of the City of Medford. I'm speaking on behalf of the Rogue Valley Transportation District, a viable city. A necessary requisite for a viable city is a viable public transportation system. A significant number of your citizens do not have a private automobile transportation. They need that kind of system in order to get to work, to church, to business, to medical appointments, and for shopping. It would. I am hoping that each of you will understand it. I believe you do, the importance of the system. That we have, as you know, we have a 15-cent tax levy coming up in May. We're hoping for your support on that. As you probably know, the ticket sales do not come close to supporting the system. We urge respectfully your support for the levy in May. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we call the next three?
Yes, Zachary White and Sky Real were the last ones.
Oh, that's it?
Oh.
No, I mean, hey, that's good. All right, so we got a lot of public hearing testimony coming up. I apologize, sir.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Logan Bell, and I'm a resident of Ward 1. I also thank you, Councilor Stein, for saying that City Council can actually do anything that they want. So I am here to advocate for the bicycle lane. First, the data. The city ran this experiment and it worked. Biking on Main Street went up 5 times, speeds dropped, crashes didn't increase, they actually went down. This isn't my opinion. This is data found on the city's own website. Second, the cost. Medford paid roughly $40,000 out of pocket for a $500,000 bike lane. That was 90% covered by the state, and now we're going to spend $1 million to revert it back to 1950s Medford. Third, the Oregon Bicycle Bill has been on the books since 1971. It requires when a road is reconstructed, the city must provide the bicycle facilities. Medford is about to spend $1 million reconfiguring Main Street. That is reconstruction. That is the exact trigger the law was written for. And instead of providing the bike facilities, the city is removing them. A Portland nonprofit is already suing over this exact law, and a judge ruled that citizens can enforce it, and that precedent applies statewide. Worth noting, this law was inspired by a legislator from Jacksonville who was nearly run off the road riding his bike to Medford. We are the birthplace of this protection, and we may be the first city to openly violate it. Thank you. Please reconsider your decision.
Hello, Council. Zach White, address 1093 Bar Lynn, Medford, Oregon. I'm here to ask you to reconsider the bike lane. I think you've heard all of the reasons why you should about 1 million times by now, and I want to be a part of the solution. I'm a member of the Active Transportation Committee Board. Councilmember Kerlinger has my contact information. If any of you want to pick my brain, I would love to talk. And yeah, I think our biggest, we just heard from RVTD about how we're spending spending is going up, everything's more costly, and we're about to spend $1 million on putting something back to, in my opinion, subpar. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
All right.
Hey.
Hello, Councilman and board members. My name's Sky, and Sky Real. I'm a local independent artist and a community organizer, and I'm here to share a positive event I'm putting together called the Community Giveaway, happening on April 25th at the Pear Blossom Park. Thank you to Sandy and Rich. This event is focused on giving back, providing food, clothing, hygiene supplies, haircuts, and support to individuals and families in our community who may need it. We're also having local performers such as myself, speakers, and a live DJ to create a safe, uplifting environment that brings people together. Shout out to DJ Hype, 98.9. He agreed to donate his time for this event. Everything is being organized independently through community support, donations, and volunteers. The goal is simple: unity, hope, and a real impact. I just wanted to make the council aware, invite support from the community, and just to ensure that we're aligned in making this a safe and successful event for everyone involved. I have donation boxes being set up. One is at the country store on Kings Highway. There's another one inside the Rogue Valley Mall at Rocket Ferry, and I just set another one up at Sky High. And I'm going around and handing out flyers and trying to see if other local businesses are wanting to support me, and having a donation drop box so people can bring in some clothes and hygiene packs and books, socks, shoes, anything. We have children clothes and shoes being donated, because this event is just going to be a free giveaway for anybody and anybody who wants to show up. That was pretty much all I had written. So yeah, I did pretty good this time. Last time I was like stumbling. It makes me nervous getting up here in front of you guys. So thank you guys for your time, and I appreciate the community coming together for this event. I'm excited. That's all I got.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. Mr. Stein.
Thank you. I don't think I've ever been so taken out of context so quickly before. Usually it's a newspaper or something before that. So my point is that in relation to what council can do in terms of statements, you might find other councils or other governmental groups that say, we're going to weigh in on international issues or national issues or what the president's doing or the governor's doing. I personally, I'm not a great fan of that. There are cities that do that, and that is fine because their body wants to do that. Here in about 30 seconds, Mr. Mitten's going to tell us, as we enter public hearings, that actually we cannot do whatever we want to do, that there are lots of laws regarding what we can and cannot do. And so here in just a moment, he will relay that to the council and the audience. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Before we get to that, we have all received the draft minutes from the March 4th, 2026 regular meeting. Does anyone have any revisions or corrections to those minutes? Great. Seeing none, the minutes will stand as submitted. We have no items on the consent calendar tonight, so we have no items to remove from the consent calendar, so we will go into agenda item 80. And for everyone at home and in here, typically this is where ordinances and resolutions go. However, we are, and it's a very special and unique night, and we will start our public hearings. But before beginning the public hearings, I'd like to remind everyone that the rules of decorum previously outlined are still applicable. Violation of the decorum policy may result in your removal from the chambers. This evening, we have one land use quasi-judicial hearing and one administrative hearing. If you'd like to speak during this hearing, please complete a blue public comment form to be called forward. Comments for quasi-judicial hearings are limited to a total of 30 minutes for applicants and/or their representatives. A 5-minute rebuttal time may be requested. Appellates and/or their representatives are limited to a total of 30 minutes, and if the applicant is not the appellant, they will also be allowed a total of 30 minutes. All other participants will be limited to 4 minutes. Quasi-judicial hearings have specific requirements which City Attorney Eric Benton will outline before the hearing begins. Comments for administrative or legislative hearings are limited to 4 minutes per individual, group, or organization. 80.1, Mr. Minton.
Thank you, Your Honor. 80.1 is Council Bill 2026-19, a resolution affirming the Planning Director decision file number AC 25-217, and conditionally approving plans for 14-unit cottage cluster development on one parcel totaling approximately 1.49 acres. The parcel is located south of Sunset Street and approximately 500 feet west of Orchard Home Drive, and is zoned SFR 4, single-family residential, 2.5 to 4 dwelling units per gross acre. The neighboring property to the east is included for right-of-way purposes only. Because this is land use quasi-judicial, I've got some rules to explain that will govern this hearing. Before the hearing begins, city staff will give a report. The report will list the criteria that governs the city's decision. After the staff report, the hearing will be open for other speakers. The applicant will speak first and may ask for rebuttal time. Following the applicant, any other interested person will be allowed to speak. Before the hearing is closed, anyone who needs more time to present evidence must ask for more time. If you ask, the hearing will be continued or the record will be kept open, and you'll have at least 7 days to present additional written evidence. Any testimony, argument, or evidence you give must relate to the criteria listed in the staff report or other criteria in the comprehensive plan to land use regulations that you believe apply to the decision. If you fail to raise an issue or do not give the council sufficient information so that the council or any party can respond, you'll not be able to appeal that issue to the Land Use Board of Appeals. If you do not raise constitutional or other issues about any proposed condition with specificity so that the council can respond to that issue, you'll not be able to bring in court action for damages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a land use quasi-judicial matter. Before we begin considering it, does anyone have conflict of interest or ex parte contacts to report?
I need to disclose that I made a site visit, but I'm unbiased and I have no conflict otherwise.
Anyone else with ex parte contact? Mr. Curlinger?
I don't know definitively. I'm sure I probably know people who live over on that side of town. Haven't had any conversations with them.
All right. And just so I'm following the chain of events here tonight. You are still going to give a staff report just like it was in front of the
Yes, sir.
Planning Commission.
Yes, sir.
The applicant will speak just like at the Planning Commission, but
Correct.
then we are going to hear from the appellant of the staff level decision that was made.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so we've got that all squared away.
Yes, sir.
All right. May we have staff report, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I am, good evening, Mayor, Council, and to the folks in the audience. I'm Kelly Aiken. I'm the Assistant Planning Director, and I'll be presenting a quite lengthy and very detailed staff report for you this evening. This is new for all of us, and so I'm going to go pretty deep into procedural matters for you. So we did receive 3 new exhibits today. Those should have been sent out to you this afternoon. We received 3. Exhibit W, applicant submitted some renderings, some colored renderings of the proposed units. That will be included as Exhibit W, and I will show those to you later in the presentation. We also received 2 new letters of objection, and those will be included into the record as Exhibits X and Y. So as I mentioned, I'm going to go pretty deep into procedures. This is new for us. So this is the site plan and architectural review application is a type 2 application procedure. What that means is the planning director is the approving body. The type 2s do not have a public hearing. We do mail notice or notice of the application to property owners within 200 feet of the site. And we also post a sign, just like we do for the type 3, which is what your planning commission, site plan commission see. So the distinction between the type 2 and the type 3 is that there's no public hearing. So for this type 2 decision, as I mentioned, the planning director is the approving authority under the code. The city council is the approving body for the appeal. Now, what's most unusual about this is a de novo hearing. De novo means start from the beginning. So this is our initial evidentiary hearing. We've not had a hearing on this matter before. So in this matter, not only are you the appeal body, but you also are sitting as your site plan architectural planning commission would as well. So it's kind of a mix, a little bit of a hybrid. We've not had an appeal of a type 2, so this is new for everybody. In the de novo hearing, anybody is allowed to testify. The issues that are not limited to whatever was raised in the appeal. Excuse me. So you can receive any new evidence or argument this evening. It's not based on the record, it is new. Your authority and your responsibilities or your options in an appeal, you have 4. First, you can affirm. Affirm means to uphold the planning director's decision. You can reverse the director's decision. If you do so, you must explain the reasons why. You may modify the decision. And again, you must explain the reasons why. A modification could be adding a condition of approval, as an example. But again, you need to explain why you're doing that. You can also remand the decision. That means send it back to the director. If you remand, you have to find that there was an error. You have to explain what the error was and then how to fix it. So an example of that would be there was a procedural error. It was not properly noticed would be an example. And so you would say, hey, that wasn't properly noticed. Planning director, go back and do it again. So those are your options: affirm, reverse, modify, or remand. As all of our land use decisions, they are based on, the decisions are based on approval criteria. For site plan and architectural review applications, they are housing development. So the approval criteria are very clear and objective. I see the word shall in there. It says that the proposal shall be approved for residential development if the proposed development complies with the applicable provisions of all the city ordinances, or if there are these exceptions. The first is an exception under section 10.186 would be to any of the development standards in articles 4 or 5, so public improvements or site development standards. The applicant has not requested any of those. Subsection 2 does not apply. This is not a multifamily development. So then the third bullet would apply, and the applicant has not requested any adjustments from the cottage cluster standards in the code. So the criteria is if it meets the standards, it must be approved. So we'll take a look at the project site. So we're in Southwest Medford. We're on the south side of Sunset Drive and the north side of Willowbrook Drive. You see Orchard Home Drive a little bit to the east of the site. Griffin Creek Road is to the west. The comprehensive plan, the general land use plan map designation is urban residential. And the zoning is SFR4. So SFR4 is typically 2.5 to 4 units per gross acre. And you can see that the surrounding properties have the same zoning. There are no zoning overlays in this area, and the proposal is for a 14-unit cottage cluster development. I wanted to step out just a little bit and look a little more broadly at the neighborhood. So you can see to the south is the Meadows at Griffin Creek subdivision. That's where the appellants reside. The subject site is marked with the balloon. So you can see the area is largely underdeveloped north of Willowbrook. It is developing to the northwest. That is a townhouse development that was recently, I think it's been completed. I also wanted to mention that the properties north of Sunset Drive were uplupped, so we amended the comprehensive plan designation to urban medium density residential as part of our UGB expansion process back in 2016 or so. So we do expect this area to develop at higher densities than what we're seeing south of Sunset. So what exactly is a cottage cluster? Everybody's dying to know. It's a type of a single family development. The homes are limited to 900 square foot maximum footprint and a maximum 1,200 square feet overall size. So they're required to be smaller units. There are specific development standards that apply to cottage clusters that don't apply to other single family developments. In the code, the stated purpose of those standards is to provide a variety of housing types and to ensure compatibility with surrounding neighborhoods. So my plan this evening is to explain the site plan, which is next up, And then I'm going to move through the appeal in the order that was included in your in the executive summary, which begins on page 8 of your agenda packet. So first, on all of these site plans that you'll be seeing this evening, north is oriented to the right. So this is
Kelly,
the...
can I
Yes,
just
sir.
interrupt you for a
course.
second? Joe, if we go through the appeal basis, or the basis of the appeal point by point, which I think is going to be extraordinarily helpful, do we all just assume, particularly because of how this was approved already, that it is, in staff's opinion, meets all the criteria and standards of the code?
Yes.
Okay.
And if it doesn't meet those standards, then there are conditions of approval that were included to ensure that it does before we're able to issue building permits for construction. All right. So this is the proposed site plan. There are 14 single-family units that are proposed. We have 2 open spaces provided. There they are. Units 1 through 8 on the left side of the screen all face that common open space, which is what the code requires. Vehicle access for those 8 units will be from Willowbrook Drive on the south and then Piazza Drive in the center of the development. Lots 9 through 14 are on the north side of Piazza Drive up here. There's a second open space area. Lots 9 through 11 take direct access from Piazza. That's these 3 units. Come on, mouse. And then 12, 13, and 14 will take access from a shared drive. It's called a minimum access easement. Again, that's something that the code allows. The street improvements for this project include finishing the north side of Willowbrook Drive. That means they'll be completing the correct curb-to-curb section for that street classification. So they'll be building curb, gutter, sidewalk, and installing the planter strip along Willowbrook. Piazza Drive will be extended through the center of the project. Fallen Leaf Drive along the project frontage, so from Willowbrook Drive up to where the property ends, will also be constructed. And then for Sunset, on the north side of the property, the applicant is required to dedicate right-of-way, but not to construct improvements. And the reason there's no construction is because there's no connection there. So the minimum access easement will not connect to Sunset Drive. And I'll talk about that interesting connection as we move through. So this is unusual, so please feel free.
We have a quick question here.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm so sorry. Pretend that I was trying this on my map to get my bearings, and I missed part of that. Fallen Leaf will connect to Sunset. The minimum access easement will not.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right.
When they have the adjacent land to build out a full street.
That is correct. So we show the applicant has shown the future connection. And this is a typical situation where development develops its own infrastructure. So
But we don't know when that'll materialize.
we do not.
Could be next week, it could be 15 years.
It could be.
Okay.
Okay, moving to the allegations? Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yep, go ahead, Jessica.
Can you clarify which of those streets will be public versus private?
Everything is public with the exception of the minimum access easement that runs between Piazza and Sunset. So
Okay,
Willowbrook
thank you.
You're welcome.
Jessica's question occasioned, I guess, something else I want to know. So the public access that connects Piazza to, well, doesn't connect, but goes between Piazza and Sunset,
Correct.
that wouldn't be dedicated or would be?
It's a private easement.
Okay.
So it's a minimum access easement.
And the common areas that you mentioned, Tract A and Tract B, those would be private.
Correct.
This land, is it all going to remain under the ownership of one person, or is, if you buy a cottage cluster, a cottage, do you have the land underneath? Or is it, if you could answer that.
Sure, it's a good question. So the code allows both. So what's before you this evening is only just the residential development. I understand, in fact, in the record, there is a proposed tentative plat that would divide these properties. We have not yet received the application to divide so that the units can be individually owned.
It seems like there's no right answer to the question, and I'll tell you why I think that. And it's kind of nice Mr. Mansfield was here, because I'm going to give him an homage about public areas, and if it's owned by everyone, it's owned by no one. It's essentially the tragedy of the commons. So I'm going to be very interested to know who's going to be taking care of the private, the park, essentially, open space area. If it's all under one ownership, then they have kind of an interesting issue. It's, to my mind, not terribly different than a multifamily development, except not built up, just spread out. So I find that to be an interesting issue under our code. If it is going to be cut up, how are they going to make sure that someone's around to keep track of taking care of things? So we have a problem either way, and I'll be interested in that as we go along.
The code actually addresses that, and I'll go through that in a bit.
Excellent.
And one further question.
Sure.
I had it in my mind, the minimum access was also an emergency access to Sunset, but I'm hearing it's not connecting there.
I think you're correct. I think you're right, Mr. Mayor. In fact, I see the word gate on there, and that may just be temporary. That I don't recall.
I do seem to remember a mention of a gate for emergency access, Kelly.
Yeah, and there's also a turnaround down here on Fallen Leaf that will go away once that is paved. All right, continuing on. Okay, so our first allegation of error, the appellants state that the approval violates Land Development Code Section 10.005. This is a housing development, as I mentioned. So any decisions must be based on clear and objective standards and clear and objective criteria. This code section is a purpose statement. It tells the purpose of Chapter 10 of the Municipal Code, which is it has a proper name as the Land Development Code. So it really tells us the purpose of the chapter, and it is not an approval criterion. So it doesn't contain any approval criteria, just general information about the purpose of the code, so the council can conclude for the first allegation that there was no error. For the second allegation, the appellants state that the proposal is not compatible with the Meadows neighborhood. And they list a number of different ways that it's not compatible with the Meadows, including the rear-facing elevations, lot and unit size, the number of windows, garage sizes, and the parking that's provided for the cottage units as being incompatible with the Meadows. On screen are part of Exhibit W that we received today. So those are front and rear elevations of one of the units. Cottage clustered standards encourage innovation and a variety of housing types while ensuring compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. The code establishes a purpose statement that's implemented through the specific objective standards that's contained in the code, section 10.818A for cottage clusters. Compatibility is measured through the adopted design standards like parking and setbacks and building height, and not through replication of surrounding development patterns. This is a residential use. It is a single-family detached development. Cottage clusters are single-family. They are compatible with the existing single-family neighborhood. So the council can conclude that there is no error committed for allegation number 2. For allegation number 3, is that the proposal doesn't meet the development standards in Land Development Code Section 10.818, subsection A4. On the screen, I took a snip of the conditions of approval. Conditions 6 through 9 are all related specifically to the standards related to the cottage clusters. So to your question, Councilor Quinn, you can see condition number 7. That is all about what happens with the CC&Rs. This is all related to maintenance of those common areas. So for this allegation, I'm going to run through the code standards under that subsection 10.818 sub 4. because the appellant is correct. There are some instances where the proposal does not meet those strict standards of the code. We have crafted, and the director applied conditions of approval to ensure compliance with those standards before we can issue permits for vertical construction. To be clear, this is a standard practice. This is how we normally conduct business for land use applications. As an example, there are conditions requiring compliance with the Public Works Department staff report and also Medford Water's comments. The requirement to construct a street or install a water line really can't happen before we have a land use approval, but it has to happen before we can go vertical. So the issues related to the cottage cluster standards specifically are minor, and they can be accommodated without significant changes to the project design. So starting with building height. Building height is not measured to the peak of the roof as one might anticipate. It is measured to the top plate. The top plate is where the rafters sit. So in the example on the right, we have the top plate is measured from average ground contact at 19 feet to the top plate, where the peak is just shy of 25 feet. But the code section tells us that we use the top plate. Minimum setbacks. There are setback and building separation standards in cottage clusters that are a little bit different than the code. Minimum setbacks are measured from the parent property lines and not the new property lines that may be created for the development itself. So from the parent property lines, from Willowbrook, Fallen Leaf, and Sunset Drive, the minimum building setback is 10 feet. For the interior property lines, like the westerly property line, it's a 5-foot minimum setback. And then the code requires a minimum of 6 feet building separation that's measured from between the eaves. So again, compliance with this code standard will be confirmed at the time of building permit review. Parking for cottages, the code requires a minimum of 1 parking space per unit, and that standard may be reduced by 1 space per unit if the property is within a quarter mile of a bicycle facility. In this case, the property is within that distance. However, the applicant opted not to use that provision, so there is parking provided. You can see the little cars in the driveways, that's what those are. So there are actually 16 parking spaces provided on site, 1 in each of the 14 driveways, and then the 2 units that are circled in red, units 9 and 13 have garages. So 2 additional spaces. So that does meet the standard of the code.
Looks like we have a question here.
Just might be
thank you.
misinterpretation of the drawings. I don't see a parking spot on lot 1 or
So-
lot 8.
Sure, that's an excellent question. So it's a little bit tricky to see here. I should have blown it up. You see 2 parking spaces on lot 2. This one is for lot 1. And the reason for that is because the curb cuts are too close to the intersection.
That makes sense. Thank you.
So for the open space areas, the code requires open space for cottage cluster developments. To me, that is the distinguishing feature between what I would call a standard residential subdivision and a cottage cluster, is that there has to be common open space, and a minimum percentage of the units must front and face those open space areas. In this case, 57% of the units do face that common area. Let me go backwards. All 8, units 1 through 8 all face the common tract A, the common area. So these are all rear loaded. And then the units 9 through 14 do not. So using the math, then 57% of those units do face that the common space as the code requires. Moving on to pedestrian access. The project does meet the requirements for pedestrian access with the exception of the area along the minimum access easement between Piazza and Sunset. We did include a condition to ensure that that sidewalk is constructed, and it will be, again, we'll confirm that at the time of building permits. Let's see. So this table summarizes the cottage cluster standards. We have the minimum lot area, the building footprints that we talked about. All of those standards are met with the exception of the building footprint. Those 2 units on lots 9 and 13, the 2 that have the garages, those units are slightly large. The maximum is a 900 square foot footprint, and they're at 907.5. So there needs to be a little bit of adjusting, again, at the time of building permit issuance. I highlighted the maximum building height at 19 feet. In the record, on page 37, it says 18.5 feet. I just wanted to make that correction.
Kelly, did I understand you correctly that the largest ones are 7.5 feet, currently 7.5 feet over the maximum?
Correct.
Okay.
And was there a condition of approval that they needed to meet the 900 square foot
Yes.
footprint?
All right, on to the architecture. So again, we did receive, these are the elevations, or the renderings rather, that the applicant submitted today for the 4 different unit styles. I can count, front and back, that's still 1 unit. So I did want to make sure that you saw those and that the audience was able to see the applicant's renderings. So based on the analysis that I just ran through, staff concludes that the proposal either meets or will meet the code standards for cottage clusters upon satisfaction of the conditions that were included in your revised staff report. So council can conclude that there's no error for allegation number 3. So for the final allegation, that one is regarding traffic. The appellants assert that traffic increase will be detrimental to the Meadows neighborhood. The appellants are correct that traffic will flow through the public streets in the Meadows neighborhood. Local streets are developed incrementally, as I mentioned, by the development that it serves. So let's take a look to see what that looks like. So this is pretty far zoomed out. You see South High on the upper right corner. The subject site is this little blue space. Currently, there are 2 points of access that serve this neighborhood. We have Orchard Home Drive, and then Woodside Drive is the connecting point, and then Fallen Leaf up to the subject site. Coming from the west, from Griffin Creek Road, you take Lucky Lane to Bridgewater, and you kind of zigzag around through up Thomas and then to Willowbrook. So there are 2 points of access that serve the neighborhood and will serve the subject development. So this is the red line from the south through the Meadows neighborhood that has already been constructed. On the north end, way up here at Cunningham, where the cursor is, that is actually the Housing Authority's project that was completed, I think, a year or 2 years ago now. And they constructed Fallen Leaf through the center of that development. So Fallen Leaf will connect from Woodside all the way up to Cunningham, which is about just a little more than a quarter mile. So the project adjacent to the south is also constructing Fallen Leaf through. So at this point, we have land use approvals that will bring Fallen Leaf from Cunningham down to Westwood. So the dashed line is the undeveloped portion, but what will come. The code requires the development of those properties, the intervening properties will also be constructing Fallen Leaf. So eventually it will all connect. So I wanted to come back again and talk about what's happening with Fallen Leaf. So Fallen Leaf, as the code allows, will be constructed at half plus 8 feet. So they'll be constructing the full improvements on the north side. So that's curb gutter sidewalk planter strip along the north side of Fallen Leaf. And then they'll be building 8 feet on the south side of that center line. And the purpose of that is so that there's ample room for two-way traffic through the partially improved street. There's also a road reservation along, you can see in the future alignment. So there is a house that's pretty close to the future Fallen Leaf. The applicant did provide a road reservation so that when that property develops, then Fallen Leaf, there's going to be right of way and the ability to construct it up to Sunset. So one of the questions that was raised in the correspondence from neighbor is why this development is not connecting to Sunset, and I mentioned it kind of briefly. First, it would be too close. The access is too close to the future Fallen Leaf. So Sunset Drive is a major collector street. It's a higher order street. So we're very cautious about the amount of access and where it occurs to reduce potential for crashes. It also wasn't allowed because that property has access to Willowbrook Drive. It fronts a public street already. So there was not a reason to have, other than emergency access for fire, to have that secondary access onto Sunset. When the property to the east develops and
We have
Fallen...
one
I'm
quick
sorry.
question there.
Sure.
I think you're about to answer the question. When they acquire the property directly to the east towards Orchard Home, they'll build the road all the way through and it will connect to Sunset.
Correct.
And ultimately to Cunningham.
It will. So
Okay.
and that will serve not only to provide access to the subject application, but it will also provide a third point of access for the Meadows neighborhood. And I have a really interesting, I don't know if you really want to see it, but I found an aerial photo from 2002 when the Meadows at Griffin Creek was being constructed. And I have it at the end of my presentation if you want to see. Talk about incremental development, and I can show you how that worked for the property to the south. Finally, the last thing that I wanted to talk about was the question about the number of units that a minor residential street can serve. Fallen Leaf is a minor residential street. It has a 55-foot right-of-way. The code says that minor residential streets can serve up to 100 units. In this case, it currently serves 14. Those are the 14 units that have frontage between Willowbrook and Woodside Drive. So the addition of 14 more units will not be close to the 100-unit limitation. And so finally, to conclude here, it is the city's responsibility to develop the higher order streets, the collector and arterial streets. But it's development's responsibility to construct development that's needed to serve itself. So development pays for development. The circulation in the area will continue to improve over time. The report from the fire department and public works department and the related conditions ensure that access will continue to be provided and will be improved again over time. So finally, council can conclude that there's no error for allegation number 4. You wait? Okay. All right. You tricked me. Okay, coming back to where we started. As a reminder, this is a land use action. Your decision must be based on the clear and objective criteria that apply to this housing development. Remember that the standard is that the application shall be approved if it meets the applicable provisions of the city ordinances. And again, back to your options. You can affirm, which is to uphold the director's decision. Reverse, again, if you choose to overturn the decision, you must explain the reasons why. You can modify, and again, if you do so, you must explain the reasons why. Or you can remand, and again, you need to explain if there was a mistake, what the error was, and then what the director needs to do in order to correct that mistake. So staff's recommendation is for the approval of the resolution and then adding those 3 new exhibits, W, X, and Y. And that concludes my very lengthy report. Thank you for your patience, Council.
Certainly. Mr. Curlinger. Oh, wait, Mr. Vile, do you want to share something real quick? No secrets.
Interim City Manager Vile pointed out that on page 37 of the record is the discussion about the emergency gate onto Sunset.
Mr. Curlinger.
A couple, we always make you go backwards. A couple
No
pages
problem.
back, you had schematics of the development.
Sure.
And you, 20, minimum plus 8, something plus something, you commented where Fallen Leaf is developing.
Sure.
So the curb gutter sidewalk planter strip, is there any street parking within the subjects that we're talking about within this development plan or no?
So there will be on Willowbrook. There probably won't be on Piazza because I don't think they can meet the offsets to
Yep.
be able to weave through there. Fallen Leaf there will not be until it's completed.
So the width between Willowbrook and Piazza, will that allow for parking on either side of the street?
On
in the
Fallen
long
Leaf?
term? Yeah.
In the long term, it will.
Okay. And then continuing on north all the way to, it'll be just the way the rest of Fallen Brook is now. Or
Correct.
Fallen Leaf, excuse me. Thank you.
Other questions? I got Mr. Quinn, then Mr. Keating.
Kelly, just to back up historically, but not in pages, we spent some time together on this in planning a few years ago. The cottage cluster concept is not really something that we thought of all by ourselves. It's something our friends in Salem gave us. Could you, I'm sure that the people who this will be affecting will care. Because, for example, this isn't single-family residence 4 to an acre like SFR4. It's something more dense. Could you just, I think they'll find this important to understand that, first of all, it certainly was not us or planning that thought of this, and it was Salem that gave this to us, at least with respect to me, very much kicking and screaming, which you yourself witnessed. Would you mind giving them just a thumbnail of the history of it so they can have that perspective of who did what to who?
Sure.
And how it came about?
Sure.
I tried to stop it.
Yes, you did. So this is a type of middle housing. So cottage clusters, duplex, triplex, quadplex, townhouse units are under state rules allowed wherever single-family residential development is allowed. So in this particular case, this is 14 units on 1.5 acres, so it's really at 10 units to the acre, which is permissible in our UR GLUP designation. SFR 10 would be the zone that would correspond to that. But it is something that Salem directed us to allow middle housing, and this is one of the types that's permitted under that rule.
Kevin?
Kevin, and then I have a follow-up.
The list you just mentioned, townhouses, et cetera.
Yes.
We're all multifamily, of course. Are we considering this multifamily, or specifically not considering it multifamily?
This is not a multifamily development.
Right.
It's a single-family detached. Under the cottage cluster rules, you cannot attach the units. They have to be detached units.
Fair enough. Vehicular parking is not required
That's correct.
for this. However, you mentioned that there is some parking on each unit. Is that a requirement, or can they back that out if they chose?
It could be removed if they chose to. They're not proposing to do so. I mean, the proposal is driveways with at least one parking space for each unit. As I mentioned, lots 9 and 13, with the garages, they'll have 2 spaces for each of those 2 units.
So that's not conditioned then, that they're going to do that, they say, but they don't have to necessarily.
That's correct. I mean, under the code, they could change it. I don't know why they would, but they could.
All right, John, you had a quick follow-up, and then Curlinger's got a follow-up.
Yeah, the follow-up is, how many times have we seen someone get a particular zone approved or a particular construction approved, and then the next thing we see in front of it is a for sale sign and it changes? So that most certainly can happen. I've seen it happen just in the few years I was on planning. But the actual follow-up I had is, of the things that were inflicted on us by Salem as part of this plan you just explained to us, many people still may not think this is good, but it could be worse. How many quads, which is essentially mini apartments of 4 residents, could they throw onto this? 10?
No, I mean, it's 1 unit of land. So they actually would have to do, because you can only do one quadplex per unit of land. So they would have to divide it before they could have, because the way middle housing rules work is you still have to hit minimum density. So one quadplex isn't enough for this site. It's 1.5 acres. So even under SFR 4 rules, they would have to have more than one quadplex in order to do that. And you can only have one quadplex per lot.
So they'd have to apply to subdivide it to
Correct.
the smallest possible unit size you could put a quad on, which is 5,000 or 7,000.
I don't remember off the top of my head,
It's one of the
Counselor.
two.
Yes.
And so they could probably put, if they subdivide it, a whole lot of mini apartment buildings on this property.
That's correct.
So, yes, many may not love this, but regrettably, because of our friends in Salem, it could be a lot worse.
Can I go back to one of your previous comments, Mayor? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. So one of the comments you made, Counselor, was that this could, so we're going through this land use action. Right now, they have an approval. Somebody else could come and just wipe the thing off. They would have to go through another land use action in order to do so. So these actions are, they're binding. They run with the land. So it's binding on the city. It's binding on the property owner. It's not even the applicant. It's the property owner. So it runs with the land.
Details.
Correct. It would,
Right.
yes.
Mr. Curlier?
Would a revision of the plans removing the dedicated parking trigger a review by planning?
The department, yes. It would be something that we would look at through the building permit process.
Okay,
It
so they
would
can't
not-
just arbitrarily just start going vertical, decide to scrap that, and then never tell us about it?
No.
Thanks.
No, we would know.
Doesn't Medford have an existing cottage cluster development? I'm thinking the one over on Ivy and 6th, kind of near the federal courthouse.
So, it's interesting that you say that because what's old is new again. So there are some that were built, there's a couple examples. There's one, I think it's on 13th, that was an example. It was wartime housing, so it was built in the 40s. There are examples in the city, in the old part of town. Under the cottage cluster rules, we have approved, I think, 2. There's one on Collinwood Court, and there's another on East Medford, it's just east of Crater Lake Avenue. I think it's Woodside. I can't remember the name of the street exactly. It starts with a W.
On the first assignment of error, my understanding is they're raising error with code section 10.005. And I'm guessing, my read is that's the general purpose statement for chapter 10, and this might be for Mr. Mitten.
That is correct. That is the general purpose statement for Chapter 10. And my position with purpose statements, both for Chapter 10 as a whole and for this section, is they describe the legislative history of what we're trying to do with the following code sections, but they don't modify the substantive requirements of those code sections.
Okay, and to clarify, the Land Use Board of Appeals has basically said we cannot apply purpose statements as if they're criteria to applications.
That is correct.
Okay. With assignment of error number 4, that the associated traffic increase will be detrimental to the neighborhood, is a particular code section invoked as part of the assignment of error? Do we know that?
I don't have a specific code section. What I can do is explain how we analyze traffic impacts, if you want me to go into that detail.
I would, and I would also like to know what the average daily trip would be for one of these dwellings.
Sure. So I am confident that Carl McNair, our transportation manager, is in the audience. I will take my best stab at it, and he may be impressed with me, I don't know. So under the ITE manual, which is where we get our trip generation factor, a single-family detached unit generates about 10 average daily trips, so 10 ADT. So this project, thank you, Carl, this project will generate about 140 average daily trips. The way our code is structured is we analyze traffic impacts at the time of zone change. So this project already has zoning. This is not a zone change application. It's already zoned SFR4. There's no need to address the zoning. What the code says is when you do a zone change, the code requires that we analyze traffic when the ADT, the average daily trips, are 250 or more. So even if there was a zone change associated with this, it wouldn't generate enough trips to require a traffic impact analysis. How'd I do, Carl? Excellent.
Earlier, you said there's a 900 square foot cap for the living space in these dwellings?
For the footprint.
For the footprint, excuse me. And a couple of these are, in the initial plans, were over that square footage, but there's a condition of approval that would require them to then meet that square footage.
That's correct.
And is it staff's opinion that it's feasible to meet that?
Oh, absolutely. The units are 907.5 square feet, the footprint, so a very easy adjustment.
Okay. And then my last item is you had indicated that at the end of your slideshow there was a photo, a historic photo of the development of the subdivision.
You want to see it?
I would love to see it. Thank you.
I certainly will. Get out of the way there, floating meeting control notice. Thank you. So this development is the Meadows at Griffin Creek. This is the subject site that we're talking about is this property here. So we have Orchard Home Drive to the east, Griffin Creek Road to the west. So it's funny, I was talking to Fire Marshal Farrington about this earlier today, and under the current fire code, the Meadows at Griffin Creek would not be allowed to be constructed unless there was a second point of egress, which clearly does not exist here. So this is from 2002. Orchard Home is the only point of access. You see everything else just fades away to nothing. The adjoining developments, the connection, let me say it this way, the connection to Lucky Lane was made sometime between 2013 and 2016. So back to that incremental development concept, there were 2 or 3 different subdivisions that it took to connect Fallen Leaf over to Lucky Lane.
Thank you.
Okay, Jessica, you've been waiting patiently.
Yes, I have. So this might be a little premature, but I know some of the concerns of the neighbors was parking, obviously, and not having enough parking. Is it fair to assume that the CCNRs for this development are potentially going to prevent parking in places where people shouldn't, like in these undeveloped roads or on, shared common area? Can we assume that that's probably not going to happen?
I know that our fire department has required some no parking signs specifically along Fallen Leaf for the until it's widened all the way to its full width. I'm not confident that there are other signage requirements in this development, but I would assume there will be some self-policing.
Yeah.
Mr. Midden?
Okay, thank you.
And if I may as well on that, outside of CCNR's Land Development Code, if there's a concern about basically yard cars or the equivalent, that's a code enforcement issue where we don't need anything in the CCNRs. The Medford Municipal Code prevents parking on lawns, et cetera, to make it work. And if that's happening, that can be enforced through existing code enforcement tools.
Okay, other questions? And don't forget, the applicant and the appellant get 30 minutes each. Go ahead.
Kelly, Councilor Kurlinger asked a question. Well, wouldn't it be a major change that planning would have to approve if they decided not to put parking for each dwelling, like in a driveway, et cetera? You said, yes, that's true.
I don't know that I would call it a major change. Like it wouldn't have to come back through another land use process because it would meet the standards of the code. So as long as it meets the standards, then I think we would be able to make that adjustment.
So they're putting, right now they have a plan that has parking, but the law doesn't require them to provide parking. They're just doing it for whatever reason. So if they decided not to have any parking and push the parking onto the existing roads or Sunset or wherever, you'd have to approve it because there's no requirement of parking. So it's a change you'd have to approve, but that's a little illusory because you'd have to.
Correct.
That's true.
Thank
you.
All right.
My question is solely procedure. So from here, other appeals, we only talk about the things that can be appealed, and that's it. So we have four items that have been brought before us that the council, if we could find, if we made a decision as a council, like there's an error, and we can then at the very beginning, there's the things that we can do. But there's not a way to like come up with error number 5 and like, okay, we're gonna accept an appeal on error number 5 that we just kind of came up with, right? It has to be related to the 4 that's in front of us.
So on this, because it's de novo, if you see something that you feel doesn't meet the approval criteria in the code or is a code violation with the proposed plan, even though appellant never mentioned it, you absolutely can bring it up and we can discuss it as part of this because it is a de novo proceeding, so we're not limited to the assignments of error like we are in a typical appeal.
Interesting. Thank you.
Okay. We're ready to hear from other people? Not that you weren't fantastic. It was a delight and a pleasure.
It was 38 slides, so thank you for your patience.
All right, seeing no further questions at this point, I will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this subject will come forward as called. However, we will start with the applicant, that is the developer of the project.
Hello, everyone. Mayor, Council. I'm Sarah Plankenhorn, and my husband is Tim Plankenhorn. Originally, he was going to be speaking, but the truth is, this is kind of my baby. I've been working on it for a few years. I feel very passionately about it. I probably was a lot like you, John. It sounds like from the beginning, you were like, hey, I don't know if we need this in our community. However, we have done a lot of research, and I think this is a really cool opportunity. I am the head designer of this cottage community, of the homes themselves, but also the community. Coming into this meeting, we don't take lightly the feelings and the concerns of our neighbors. We have talked about these things a lot, and we've had some concerns because we do live in this area. It's a very dear area for us. In fact, Tim and I both went to Griffin Creek Elementary School. We are actually third generation Griffin Creekians. His grandparents lived there. His mom lived there. My father lived in the area as well, and my great grandparents, and our kids live in the area as well. When we first started working on this project, we had many options of what we could do with the land. The code allows for duplexes, 4 fourplexes, townhomes, a cottage cluster, or single-family homes. And it was during our planning portion of working on this that we had some dear friends in the area that had lived in the area for over 20 years. They lost their rental, got sold. They started looking for a new home, and they could not find anything in the area that they could afford. Even if they wanted a 2-bedroom, if they wanted a garage, they could find nothing, and they had to lose out on this beautiful community that they had, and they had to move away. And it was during that time we realized, oh my goodness, I don't know if our kids are going to be able to afford to live in this area. And it kind of just was like a light bulb. We have an opportunity here. We had already ruled out multifamily homes because it didn't really feel right with the area, if I'm being honest. Now there actually are a lot of multifamily homes across the way. At the time, there were none. And we just didn't feel like it was a good fit for the neighborhood. But we hadn't really looked into cottage clusters. We hadn't looked into the cottage community. We didn't know much about it. And so we started researching. And as we started researching, we loved the idea. A community with shared common space makes these single-family homes more affordable without compromising on quality. As you can see from our renderings, we think these homes are going to fit in with this beautiful community. These homes sit on their own tax lots with their own driveways, and many of them are going to have a garage, but they also have a beautiful shared space. And we believe this is one of the reasons that the cottage community is going to actually have a positive impact on the neighborhood, because it's going to be a place that people want to go for walks and people want to be in, because there will be walking paths and community gardens and large green spaces that actually reflect the beautiful area that we are in the Griffin Creek area. The truth is Medford is growing, and currently the demand is exceeding the supply. Things are changing. People are moving here, and people are going to keep moving here because it's an amazing place to live. The types of communities and homes that we are building sometimes might have to be different than they were before, but that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. We are determined to keep the charm that Griffin Creek offers. We are determined to make homes that we personally would love to live in, and we are determined to create opportunities to our community so that they have a place to live, maybe a place to own. And we are committed to helping our future generations in this area. I hope that you can see our vision and our love for this area and the care and consideration that we took going into the planning process of all of this. And we thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tim Plankenhorn. Just to speak to some of Curling's and Councilman Quinn's concerns. So parking is a big issue for us as well. Like our ultimate goal is to sell these single-family homes, and if they don't have parking, that's going to make it more of a challenge to sell. If anything, we'll try to get more parking spaces dedicated to each space. So I know that's something that I'm just saying, and it can be changed, but that is our stance and what we want to do. The other thing, the gate thing on the minor access road, it is gated and it'll be used for emergency access and fire truck. So that was set into place by fire. Let's see, we are going to padlock each unit, so they will be individually owned as tax lots, and they'll be managed through just a standard HOA with the board of directors. So that's how that system and process will work for those. So I guess our intent is not to negatively impact or devalue the surrounding neighborhood, but it's really to enhance it. We're proposing a thought out designed subdivision that contributes to the city's housing needs while maintaining character and beauty and the desirability of the area. So thank you guys so much for listening, and we really appreciate your time.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Mr. Curlinger.
So your plan for the ownership of the common areas is to be shared interest from all the adjacent property owners in that with an HOA to management, or is it going to be, okay, so it's not going to be dedicated to the public with an HOA managing, it's going to remain privately owned?
Yes.
Copy, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Garrett. Mr. West, I apologize.
I previously asked staff about 2 of the units that were oversized with the footprints. Are you able to reduce the footprints to meet the 900 square foot cap?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Seeing nothing else, thanks. We'll reserve rebuttal. You want to reserve rebuttal time for the? You always take it. Okay. Yeah. Next, we will hear from the appellant, the person that filed the appeal. Perfect.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lynette O'Neill, and I live in the Meadows at Griffin Creek. I have behind me Ben Nielsen. He is also on the appeal letter, but we are actually here as residents of the Meadows at Griffin Creek, and we are here on behalf of all of the residents. We're here to appeal the proposed cottage cluster development at 1955 Sunset Drive as submitted in the application AC 25-217, which was formally submitted under AC 24-280. We'll be covering following issues. The purpose of the Land Development Code and how that code was put in place to protect the citizens of Medford, the state rules that are designed to work with the city code, the lack of compatibility of the cottage cluster development with the meadows, the adverse traffic and parking impacts on the meadows, the code violations that have been mentioned previously, zoning and development issues, and some critical unanswered questions that need to be addressed. The Land Development Code Section 10.005 clearly states the purpose of this chapter of the Land Development Code, which is to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare of all residents through responsible regulation and management of land use and development. The purpose is not symbolic. It is the foundation for every land use decision the city makes. When evaluating any development proposal, the city must ensure that it protects residents, maintains public safety, and supports the long-term welfare of the community. If a proposal introduces risks, creates adverse impacts, or fails to meet code requirements, then approving it would contradict the very purpose of this chapter. This standard exists to safeguard neighbors like the Meadows and to ensure that the development is responsible, compatible, and supported by adequate infrastructure. Section 6 of 10.005 specifically states that the city is required to protect the residents from these identifiable and adverse impacts. It also the proposal introduces impacts that are both foreseeable and avoidable and therefore fall within the city's duty to address. The increased traffic on city streets not designed for higher density or medium housing, parking overflow onto narrow residential streets, loss of neighborhood character and compatibility, possible strain on local infrastructure, including stormwater, utilities, and emergency access, and safety concerns for pedestrians and children. These are not hypothetical impacts. They are predictable and measurable. The code recognizes not every impact can be eliminated, but it requires the city to take practical steps to protect residents. With the proposed development, practical mitigation measures have not been provided. Section 7 of the code requires the city to ensure that streets serving residential neighborhoods minimize congestion and safety standards. That obligation applies fully to this proposal. Our neighborhood streets were designed for low-density, single-family use. Introducing a higher density development without upgrading the street network directly conflicts with the city's own street standards requirement. The code mentions increased vehicle trips on streets not built for them, reduced visibility from additional on-street parking, more turning movements in and out of a single access point, greater risk for pedestrians, children, and cyclists. The code requires minimizing congestion and safety standards. This project increases both, and no mitigation has been proposed to bring the impacts in line with the city's standards. Minimizing means proactively addressing these impacts. The city cannot simply acknowledge the impacts, it must reduce them. Without meaningful mitigation, the proposal doesn't satisfy the code. The code exists to protect residents and ensure safe, functional neighborhoods. The proposal as submitted does not meet that threshold. As previously mentioned by Mr. Quinn, Oregon House Bill 2001 was passed to help Oregonians with more affordable housing choices. It was developed to allow middle housing in areas zoned for single-family residences. Middle housing is higher density and includes the duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, townhomes, and cottage clusters. HB 2001 also states that large cities should balance concerns about neighborhood compatibility when developing middle housing. The legislature never intended middle housing to be approved automatically or without scrutiny. Instead, cities are required to ensure that new development fits the scale, character, and function of the surrounding neighborhood. HB 2001 reinforces that compatibility remains a core planning principle. When a proposal introduces adverse impacts, disrupts established neighborhood patterns, or conflicts with existing development form, it fails the balance required by HB 2001. In this case, the proposed development does not achieve that balance and therefore does not meet the intent or the standards set by the state law. OAR 660-046-0330, Section 4, addresses middle housing development in areas that are significantly infrastructure deficient. It acknowledges that some areas cannot safely absorb middle housing without upgrades. This might apply, I would say, specifically to Sunset Drive and Orchard Home Drive. It explicitly recognizes that middle housing can create unacceptable impacts when built in areas with significant infrastructure deficiencies in streets, stormwaters, water, sewer, and emergency access. The rule does not assume all neighborhoods are equally capable of supporting additional density. State rules acknowledge that middle housing is not appropriate everywhere without mitigation. When infrastructure is already deficient, the city must evaluate impacts before approving additional density. The rule requires cities to identify infrastructure deficient areas and ensure middle housing does not worsen those deficiencies. This is a state-mandated responsibility, not a discretionary choice. In addition, the city may apply additional standards in deficient areas. The rule allows cities to impose additional siting and design standards when infrastructure cannot safely support increased density, including traffic safety requirements, narrow streets, lack of sidewalks, limited visibility, increased turning movements, street capacity limits, parking management, and emergency access. The OAR gives the city clear authority to require additional standards when infrastructure is deficient. The city is not obligated to approve a project that worsens safety or capacity issues. Our neighborhood streets were not designed for this higher density development, and under the OAR, this qualifies as a significant infrastructure deficiency that must be addressed. State and city policies must be aligned as they require the city to prevent adverse traffic and safety impacts. Approving a project that increases those impacts would violate both standards. We support goals of middle housing, but the OAR is clear that it must be implemented responsibly in areas with significant infrastructure deficiencies that require mitigation or deny proposals that worsen existing problems. The cottage cluster development in this application is not compatible with the meadows. The cottage cluster development, as per your code 10.818A, cottage clusters must be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The compatibility is a mandatory approval criterion, not a guideline or suggestion. The meadows is a well-defined neighborhood pattern. We have a clear, consistent identity defined by home size, lot size, orientation, and parking standards. The Meadows is a single-family residential neighborhood, not a mixed-density area. Our homes range from 1,600 to 2,900 square foot, creating a consistent scale and massing. The proposed development introduces smaller structures and significantly higher density, which conflicts with the established neighborhood pattern. Lots range from 0.16 to 0.26 acres in the Meadows, establishing a spacious, low-density development pattern. This is not the case with the cottage cluster. All homes in the Meadows face the street, reinforcing a traditional, outward-oriented streetscape. The cottage cluster development is inward-facing, which is incompatible with the neighborhood's street-oriented design. The back wall of these homes face residential streets, including Willowbrook and Piazza Drive. We did not see the rear elevation of these homes within the application, and I must say that the photos that you were shown are not supported by the drawings that are in the application, unless they've changed the floor plan significantly to have a rear-facing door, because all we see in our drawings in the application is a solid wall and a window on the second floor. No doors, no access. So that design is inconsistent with the neighborhood of the Meadows. Each home in the Meadows includes a minimum 2-car garage and driveway, ensuring adequate on-site parking and reduced street congestion. The reduced on-site parking supply of the cottage cluster is inconsistent with our neighborhood's two-car garage standard, increasing overflow parking and congestion in our area, which adversely affects the Meadows, and because all of the overflow parking will be in our neighborhood. The agenda commentary states that 3 parking spaces on the newly built section of Fallen Leaf will be constructed. However, they are restricted until the roadway is fully constructed. Therefore, there are no parking spaces on Fallen Leaf Drive at this time. With no on-street parking, it's all in the Meadows. And they previously stated that there would be some parking on Willowbrook Drive. It's not newly constructed parking, as there will be no parking in front of these homes because their driveways are too close together. No cars would be allowed on that side of the street. It will all be on the Meadows side of the street where we already have a curb. So the overall built form of this proposed development, including the building lot size, spacing, orientation, and lack of parking, does not align with the existing character of the Meadows as required under the code section 10.818A. The proposed development is not compatible with our characteristics, and because compatibility is a required criterion, the proposal should not be approved in its current form. The Meadows is a car-dependent neighborhood. It's designed and built around automobile access rather than walkability. We have no sidewalks along Sunset Drive or Orchard Home Drive. There are no bike lanes, transit service, and nearby destinations such as parks, schools, or retail, meaning residents must rely on cars for nearly every single daily need. In addition, there are no services that are even within walking distance. The closest grocery store is 2 miles. The closest medical office, 3 miles. The nearest park, 2.5 miles. And the nearest bus stop is 0.8 of a mile. And I might add that the nearest bike facility is 0.5 mile away, not 1/4 mile that's been stated, because there's no access onto Sunset Drive. So you have to take the travel distance from the Meadows, which puts them at 0.5 mile. It's not as the crow flies, it's how they have to travel, and that's through the Meadows. So it requires that if you do have to walk, like to high school, you have to walk along Orchard Home Drive and Sunset Drive, which have ditches along the roads and a very minimal shoulder. It's extremely dangerous to walk or bike on these roads. Because our neighborhood is car dependent, any increase in housing density directly translates to increased vehicle trips, more congestion, greater safety risks, especially on the roads I've mentioned, which is Orchard Home and Sunset. Introducing this higher density development in a car-dependent area without corresponding infrastructure improvements creates avoidable hazards and undermines the city's responsibility to protect public health and safety. The main entrance to the Meadows is at the corner of Orchard Home and Woodside Drive. That intersection literally serves 103 homes. And I know that they've shown you a secondary entrance or exit from the property, from our neighborhood, which is at Bridgeport and Archer Drive. However, no one goes that way unless you're going to Jacksonville. You're not really going to services. If you're going anywhere, you're going through Woodside and Orchard Home Drive. So adding an additional 14 homes increases the trips in our neighborhood, which we already have, according to 103 homes, 1,030 trips per day, 375,950 trips per year. An additional 14 increases that trip count by 140 per day and an additional 51,100 trips per year. And that's all going to be on Woodside and Fallen Leaf and Gray Eagle, the next street over, because that will come into part of that area as well. But it impacts the whole neighborhood, not just those 3 main streets. And as mentioned before, there's no on-street parking within this development. And because we are a car-dependent neighborhood, most everyone will have 2 cars. It will be very unlikely that anyone who lives in a car-dependent neighborhood only has 1 vehicle. So it's all going to be on our street. Fallen Leaf is only going to be built at half width plus 8 feet, which is about a total of 22 feet. And that's inadequate for emergency services, of course, if the parking is allowed, which it will not be until the road goes through or until the property next to it is fully built. The reason the road isn't going through in great detail is because Jackson County is not allowing any new road approaches to Sunset Drive. They cannot connect that road. It's not that they will do it in the future, but they cannot because Jackson County is not allowing it. And therefore, because of that, it puts those cottages outside of the half-mile bicycle facility, which is a key threshold when you plan for multimodal access. The increasing reliance on cars and adding to traffic impacts on already constrained roadways when a development lacks proximity to bicycle facilities creates a hazard. So a project that creates these traffic impacts and overwhelms the street network can't be considered compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Compatibility includes traffic flow, parking patterns, and safety, not just the building design. We have mentioned the code violations, and I know they've addressed some of those. There is the 2 cottages that are over the maximum square footage, over the 900 square footprint. That's a direct violation. Lots 9 through 14 don't have pedestrian walkways that connect them to their open space. That's also a cottage clustered required standard. Lots 9 through 14 don't have a walkway that connect to a public street. Another issue that disconnects them and is a requirement. Lots 1 through 8 and 10, lots 1 through 8, 10 and 11 do not have a pedestrian access that connects to the main entrance. Now, if they have changed the footprints and they've changed the complete design of these homes from what they've applied for and put a door on the back side of their buildings where they have a driveway, then that would be a moot point. But what we have and what we have seen in the application, what they've applied for, they do not have an access to their front door. And the parking for units 1 through 8 is not located to the rear or side of their cottage, which is a violation of cottage code clusters. They're over next to or near the buildings next to them, and they're not completely behind it or to the side of it. They've already addressed the building height, which in their application, Exhibit C still shows that the cottages are 25 foot to 26 foot 10 feet, which exceeds the building code. And I might add that when the notifications went out, we did get letters on the first development, 24-280, and again, we opposed that. Over 30 houses opposed that. When they reapplied, only those within the 200 feet received notification, and there were never any signs posted on that property. I checked daily. So the proposal fails multimodal code requirements. They're not minor discrepancies, they are direct violations of core cottage cluster standards. The number and severity of these issues shows that the proposal is not code compliant and cannot be approved in its current form. The applicant must correct these deficiencies before the project can be considered compatible or compliant. Code violations should be fixed prior to approval, not just as a condition. The GLUT map shows that Southwest Medford, south of Sunset Drive, which includes the Meadows neighborhood, is designated as urban residential. It is not urban medium-density residential or urban high-density residential. The distinction matters because urban residential supports lower-density development and aligns with existing single-family neighborhoods. Proposing medium or high-density development in an area not designated for it conflicts with the city's adopted land use plan and undermines the intent of the urban residential classification. Any development proposal must respect the actual zoning and planned density shown on the map, not attempt to introduce densities that the area was never intended to support. Sunset Drive is a county road and is classified as a major collector. But again, Sunset Drive does not have sidewalks, does not have curbs or gutters, or bike lanes. And Jackson County has no plans to improve Sunset Drive as stated in their letter. The county also states it will not authorize any new approaches, limiting access options for future development. Jackson County recommends the city assume jurisdiction of Sunset Drive, and we concur. Because there are approximately 70 homes or 70 lots along Sunset Drive, and all but 10 are in the city limits or urban growth boundary. Therefore, the city has a direct interest in how Sunset Drive functions. Residents along most of the corridor are city taxpayers who rely on city-level planning, safety standards, and infrastructure expectations. Development impacts along Sunset Drive will be felt primarily by city residents, even though the road is not under the city's jurisdiction. The city may be approving development impacts that it cannot directly mitigate, and by allowing additional development, the city is endangering the residents, your citizens, that live in this area. And therefore, again, we concur with Jackson County's recommendation and ask that the city request jurisdiction of Sunset Drive to ensure improvements are made prior to any more development in the area. We already have, as was shown, a 26-unit townhome development that was allowed to go through. There's additional housing going on down at the end of Sunset Drive going to the west. And all of those developments do create more than 250 cars. Because it's a major collector, it also has increased number counts. The city needs to have jurisdiction of that road and improve it before more development goes on. Because when this property was zoned SFR4, the address is 1955 Sunset Drive. It is not off of Willowbrook. It is not off of Fallen Leaf Drive. It is not out of the Meadows development. It is Sunset Drive, and it should be developed off of Sunset Drive. There are critical unanswered questions with this whole application, and preventing a full understanding of the development impacts is detrimental. The unanswered questions directly affect schools, infrastructure, safety, and neighborhood livability. Has there been an analysis of school capacity and how new students will be distributed amongst grade levels? Without this kind of information, the city can't determine whether local schools can absorb additional enrollment. And to the north of Sunset Drive, you have medium density and high density, and we've seen where the Housing Authority apartments have gone in. That's approximately 100 units. There's another almost 100 units being built just to the south of that. So you are increasing the development in that area with high-density development and can still do more to the north of Sunset Drive and no impacts. There are no parks, raising concerns about access to open space. The application doesn't address whether or not solid waste and recycling services can be accommodated within this area, and has the adequacy of the utility infrastructure be evaluated. So we know that the area lacks sidewalks, creating significant pedestrian safety concerns for children and seniors. The high schoolers have to walk along Sunset Drive and Orchard Home Drive with no sidewalks and along ditches. We are not within a bus route. We are within the walking route. So additional housing increases that foot traffic and provides additional safe pedestrian concerns. The applicant refers to future residents as tenants, raising questions about whether the units are rentals or owner-occupied. The tenure type affects neighborhood stability, parking demand, and long-term maintenance. Rental units would not be compatible with the Meadows, as it is a primarily owner-occupied neighborhood. Increasing the density without the infrastructure improvements. We've seen the rise in all the projects. And then the right-of-way issue of Fallen Leaf Drive. The reason it's only being built at half width plus 8 feet is that they're saying it will do so when the property next to it is developed. But the property owner of 1925 Sunset Drive is signed on to this application as a property owner contract purchaser of record. So why, if he is on that application, why is that Fallen Leaf not being fully built? So there have been, throughout the timing of this application, both applications I might add, from 24280 to 25217, which we're currently dealing with, there have been errors in this application, multiple errors, which we have pointed out. Inconsistent unit numbers, sometimes it says 15, which was the original application, sometimes it says 14. Different heights have been quoted throughout the entire project. You were shown several slides and pointed out the property. Multiple times they were showing you the property next door to this development, not the property that this development is going on. The cursor was not on the correct property. So because of all of these errors, including that Fallen Leaf will connect to Sunset and Willow Brook Drive, yet it can't because it's not supported by current plans or jurisdictional authority. The inconsistencies must be resolved before any approval should be considered. The number of unanswered questions, the missing analysis, the application errors demonstrate the proposal's not ready for approval, and they should be fully addressed to ensure the safety, compatibility, infrastructure adequacy, and compliance with the city standards. So just to go over, we've covered all the code violations that we see that may have conditions but should be addressed prior to being approved. We've covered the safety hazards, the traffic issues, the compatibility that is not there with our neighborhood, the reliance on inadequate infrastructure. It's completely strained. It is deficient, and it needs to be improved before further development goes on. The city has a responsibility to protect the residents from identifiable adverse impacts, and this application does not meet the standard. Until these issues are fully addressed and until the applicant can demonstrate clear compliance with city code, safe access, adequate infrastructure, and true neighborhood compatibility, this development should be denied. So for all of these reasons, we, the residents of the Meadows at Griffin Creek, respectfully urge the city to deny application 25-217. Denying the application is the only responsible path forward to ensure the safety, stability, and long-term livability of this area and the Meadows at Griffin Creek. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions? Mr. What? Don't start. Don't start now.
Ms. O'Neill, you indicated that parking for units 1 and 8 are not located to the rear or side of the cottages. Is that
That's a code requirement in 10.818.
Okay, thank you. And then you also indicated that signs had not been posted on the property. Can you rehash that?
Yes, when you are notified of a development, and it was stated previously by the assistant planning director that residents within 200 feet of the development were noticed, as well as signs being placed on the property to notify people of this development. Those of us within 200 feet did receive letters, but there were no signs posted. And I might add that because this application was formally submitted under 24-280, technically they did not have to notify all 30 residents that had opposed that and had standing. But it would have been right to do so because it's the same development. It's one less unit. And it should have been done. I mean, I know it's not technically or legally required because it is a new application, but it isn't right.
And my last question is, you indicated that the county is not permitting connections, or I guess new driveway access to Sunset?
Correct.
Is
It's
there
in their letter in the staff report.
Thank you.
Kevin?
Hey, pleasure to see you again.
You too, Kevin.
Can
Actually,
you go-
Garrett as well. He was on my Mayor's Youth Advisory Commission.
Hey. Can you go back one slide, please?
Sure. Hold on just a second. I haven't done this in so long, I'm not sure.
It is
where
probably
I need to
much
go.
different technology too, so.
Hey, I've been retired for 10 years. I don't remember this stuff. Okay.
What's the thing called? Is that called Elmo? What's the thing next to it? I haven't seen that yet used in a while. You can use that.
Yeah.
The projector, yeah.
Someone used that like a month ago.
Hey, don't mess up my story.
Maybe it was one more, sorry. Well, it's where you had a bigger list. Yeah, this.
This one.
So I guess, I think these are, I mean, I'm not saying any of these are answered. I'm not saying any of these are not something to look at. What I am wondering is any of these an appealable issue, right? Like, I don't think the council can say, you know what, if we add 14 units, there might be 8 children or whatever amount, thus we have a basis for not going forward with an application. I think it might be the same with the other things we see, right? Like parks and area, it's not really an appealable criteria, increased water demand. They might be, they might not be. That's kind of the, as you well know, from our perspective, Can you point to any of these and say, based on an appealable criteria, that these are something that the city should consider?
The increase in medium and high-density projects in an area without infrastructure improvements,
Okay.
which directly relates to not only Sunset, which is the majority of the developments. I mean, we would not be opposed to this if it was 6 single-family residents, because that is compatible with what we have in our neighborhood. But this is a higher density. It's middle housing, so it's medium density, basically. And if you're not going to improve the infrastructure, which is Sunset Drive, why do you want to put all of this on one neighborhood? We should not have to take this development and have all the impacts put on us. The development that's happening in that area, and I don't know if you've driven there and seen it, but it's huge. And there's no plans to improve our section of Orchard Home Drive, which is also in the county road distinctions, and no improvement design for Sunset Drive because it's also under county jurisdiction. So if the city is doing responsible planning in city-zoned property, then the city needs to take the initiative to bring those streets under their jurisdiction so that they can be appropriately developed. And that's not what has happened in the case of Sunset Drive.
Quickly, that has been, as you well know, an issue where you have the county
Oh, yeah.
streets that they're never going to improve, and then you have it in the city limits. So I'm not saying we're doing anything in this, nothing I know about, but there is the potential of the city saying, okay, it makes sense for the city of Medford residents to have that discussion with the county. I know we've done it where we've taken some unimproved roads recently to, over the course of time, improve them. Maybe this is another one at some point that we do as well. So just so you know.
Well, Thomas Road is a prime example as well. We have a small section of Thomas Road in our neighborhood. It is dead ends at Willowbrook. It dead ends. It is supposed to go through to connect Thomas Road on the other side where Sunset Drive is. It has been that way for over 10 years. So are we going to have to wait 10 years for Fallen Leaf Drive to go through and have this impact on our neighborhood the entire time? It's putting the cart before the horse in development, in land development.
Thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Quinn?
Just a share from what Mr. Stein said. What is and isn't an appealable issue? I mean, I've been on planning, mayor's been on planning. I think we're the only two, but essentially, this is an appeal, but it's not. It's not reviewed for abuse of discretion or substantial evidence like legal appeals are. We're essentially taking off, we keep our counselor hat, but we really are taking them off and being planning commissioners. And we're just reviewing it as if it hadn't, the planning department had done nothing. So appealable issue or not appealable issue doesn't obtain like it would in court or like it would be from an appeal from the planning commission. We're the planning commission today. And actually, because we're looking at details, we're kind of SPAC. So I think it's a mistake to look at it as an appeal, even though technically it is. We're planning commissioners today.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Erica, did anyone complete a public comment form for this public hearing? And just so we're clear, applause, cheering, shouting in support or against people, we just come up here and you can say your piece.
Yes, Your Honor, we had 2 people complete forms, Sarah Howard and Michael Seidler.
Yep. Yep, just come on up, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Michael Seidler. I live at 1995 Woodside Drive. My main concern is the traffic, the increase in traffic. I have 2 small kids that live on that street. I worked in law enforcement for about 10 years, and all the time on Woodside Drive, I visually estimate cars going 40, 45 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. So adding these additional vehicles and trips is a safety hazard for my family, for my kids. I don't let them go outside. It would be more of a concern for me, so I would just like to object to them doing this development in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Howard. I live on Blackhawk Drive. It's a few streets over from the development, but I just wanted to share with you my experience. I have 3 kids, 10, 15, and 18. I've walked to Griffin Creek many times. I've walked to the high school many times. When they were babies, I pushed them around. I really appreciated the lady earlier talking about the impact that no sidewalks has on women, and that was really important to me, to be able to get out with the kids. And what I see is when we go out on Orchard Home Drive, it's just a ton of, it's no sidewalks, it's very dangerous. There's the new development over there. I forgot the name, I think it's Orchard Meadows, and there's a lot of apartments, and I see a lot of kids trying to cross the street. There's no stop sign, and there's no stoplight, there's no walkway, or what's a crosswalk. And so in our little neighborhood, we have these really nice sidewalks, but it's one little area. There's no parks. The closest thing you can get to is Griffin Creek Elementary, and sometimes they're closed for improvements. South Medford High School, you can't access any of the fields, or there's really no parks anywhere. And for me as a mother, that's sad. I don't have little kids anymore, so that's not a big deal. But when I had a 5 and a 2-year-old, and me and my husband lived in an 800 square foot little cottage. We had 2 cars, so I can picture myself in one of those cottages to, further the career of my husband or something at the time, and having my 2 little kids, us having 2 cars, and just having no parks nearby. That's a big thing for me. I don't understand why that's not considered more or implemented into these planning decisions. And with all due respect to the Blankenhorns, they did grow up, it sounds like, in that area. I know it was much more rural back then. There was probably a lot of fields to play in and wooded areas and things like that. It just wasn't, and they're right to say that it is growing now. And because it's growing, there does need to be, I feel like, infrastructure that supports children, that supports families, to be in a healthy environment, to be in places that are green, to be in places that they can walk and be safe and not be scared of being hit by a car. I have a teenager that goes way too fast through the neighborhood. I've probably had 8 people complain to me about it, so I'm really sorry about that. So there are teenagers, for instance, they don't drive safely a lot of the time, so it's going to make a big impact in the neighborhood. So I just really feel like considering sidewalks and a park. Let's get some parks in there. We really need that in Medford. I can't believe that there's none in these neighborhoods. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And who was next? That was it? Okay. To the applicant, you can have 5 minutes in closing before we close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
So the applicant goes last, please.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So Kelly Aiken again. I just wanted to mention a couple things before the applicant has the ability to go last. So first, I want to point, you see staff moving down. Fire Marshal Farrington is with us, and is Mr. McNair, our transportation manager. So I want to talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan and the GLUP map designations. It's general land use plan map. It's our comprehensive plan. It's the higher order mapping about how the city is anticipated to grow. I mentioned in my presentation that this development is about 10 units to the acre. The way the UR GLUP works, it allows all of our single-family zone districts. There are 5 of them, including SFR 10. So the way the GLUP is structured, this is not a high-density development. The SFR 10 zone allows between 6 and 10 units to the gross acre. So this development as proposed would be permitted outright in the SFR 10 zone district and would meet that zoning designation. So I just wanted to point out that the way Medford's code is structured and the GLUP is structured is that up to 10 units is considered urban residential. It's a low-density residential zone. Is it higher than SFR 4? Yes, it is. But it is still a single-family residential zone. The next, I mentioned that the properties on the north side of Sunset have that GLUP map designation, which is urban medium-density residential. That's the 10 to 15 unit range. So what's proposed here is within what's permissible in that GLUP designation. As far as infrastructure availability goes, there are, in the record, we have reports from our Public Works Department, Medford Water, Rogue Valley Sewer. They all identified that there is adequate infrastructure available to serve the development. There's been discussion about Jackson County roads. Their letter's at record page 85, if you want to take a look at it. Ms. O'Neill is correct. They did say no more access onto Sunset, and our own standards agree with that. It's, as I explained, it's a higher order street, so no more driveways. You can have street intersections, but no driveways onto Sunset. As far as the other infrastructure availability, like school and refuse pickup, all of our projects, we send referrals to those agencies. We don't receive comments very often from those agencies. We did not receive comments from them in this particular matter. I remind the council that parks, the city council adopted recently, I think in last year, you adopted a master plan for our park facilities. There are none in this particular area that I'm aware of. I know that there's one on the east side of Columbus and South Stage? Kings Highway and South Stage, sorry. So there are facilities coming in the area, but there is a master plan for parks. My final comment that I want to make is I want to caution the council about who is residing in the residence. Ownership or rental cannot matter. And that's all that I had. Thank you. Oh, questions? Almost made it.
Okay, is this proper time for questions? I guess.
So if we're going to, if there are questions related to what Kelly said, let's deal with it now. We do want to let the applicants be last. So I think this would be appropriate to do questions for staff now.
Okay, Mr. West, then Mr. Curling.
The appellant raised an issue with signage, I think regarding noticing on the property. Can you comment on that?
So we prepare the signs and we leave it to the applicants to post them. There's an affidavit in the application saying that they will do so. We don't always receive photos back that they have done so. I don't believe that we received any in this particular matter.
Your clarification about the connections to Sunset.
Yes.
So no road approaches. Does that mean no more driveways?
No more driveways onto Sunset.
But a new road
You
can
can
still
have a
connect.
that's correct. A new street connection, not a new driveway.
So the city does not have to take jurisdiction of Sunset in order for Fallen Leaf to connect. Because that is a connection of a road, not a road access. Pretend I'm not an engineer.
Okay. Correct. So the way, and Mr. McNair is going to have to help me on this one, the way I understand the agreement with the county is that the city will accept maintenance jurisdiction of streets within the city when they are improved to city standards. So at this point in time, Sunset is not, nor is Orchard Home, so we won't accept those into our system until such time as they are.
But so my question is, county specifically said no new road approaches shall be permitted, but that's saying no driveways along
That's
Sunset.
correct.
That is not saying Fallen Leaf cannot go through.
That's correct.
Until we take jurisdiction.
That's correct.
Okay. Second question, empirical note that was brought up was a distance that is too far from biking facilities to account for one of the elements of that. Can you speak to that? Is that accurate? Has that been mitigated? Is that still in question?
So it's interesting how that, and that was another gift from the state. The half or quarter mile is a radius. It's not a route. So we take the property and we draw a half-mile bubble around it, and we see what facilities fall within that bubble. It is not a direct route. That's the way it was crafted.
So as written by the state, it's a radius. We can empirically show that it is within the appropriate radius to facilities based on the design.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just a quick one about traffic. We talked about the comparative changes. You know, a lot of people have talked about the comparative changes that this might add to the Meadows. I was kind of feeling nostalgic when we showed the very old picture of the Meadows, because that's what it looked like when my wife and I looked at a house there 25 years ago, but we didn't end up buying there, but it's delightful. At that time, the area to the west of the Meadows, which is, I guess, connected by Archer now, wasn't built. I would imagine that probably, which still takes access to Orchard Home by Archer and Woodside, generated an awful lot more cars than this would. I don't know if you can speak to that or not, but there are quite a few houses there. It's about the same size as the Meadows, I believe. I just wanted to know what the experience with that was on Woodside and I guess Archer, because that was built after the Meadows.
That's correct. So there are a couple different applications that actually ended up making the connection to Lucky Lane. There were 2 or 3 different projects. I can't speak to how many. I mean, there are clearly more rooftops there than 14, but I don't.
It's about
I
50,
just don't
60, I think, something like that.
Could be.
And so essentially they would access Griffin Creek Road the same way as everybody in the Meadows would, by going down Archer and Lucky Lane.
Correct.
And they'd access Orchard Home the same way as the people from the Meadows, probably Woodside, but also Woodside's busier than Archer in my experience, but I could be wrong. One of those 2 streets as well. So it seems like 14, no one should assume that I'm expressing an opinion of how I'm going to vote by my questions. I just like asking you questions. It seems like that property to the west that was developed in, was about 2010-ish, 13-ish, something like that, would have added a lot more trips than this will.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a little perspective. When I started walking my dogs down there, we used to play fetch in the high school because it wasn't there. So it's been a long...
Trespasser.
You can give my dogs a citation.
Eric.
I just had a few things I wanted to add as a staff member. First, on the notice issue, I've been doing some case law research over here real fast, and it looks like there's a 2003 Luba opinion Freimark, where if there is actual notice of the action, then if there was a problem with one of the particular types of notice, it's not reversible error. So where there was mailed notice, but there's now an allegation that the sign may not have been posted. We don't need to resolve tonight whether or not the sign was posted. The mailings did provide notice, and the appellants did receive notice of that, and so did the rest of the community. I did want to emphasize that under ORS 197A.400, housing needs to be dealt with through clear and objective standards. It's my position, I said before, and I'll say it again, that compatibility is not one of the criteria for approval for this application. And so applying, denying on the basis of compatibility, I think could run into trouble with that statute. I do not believe that a purpose statement is part of a criteria for approval. And then there was finally a comment there that the appellant would not object to 6 single-family units. I want to remind everyone that under our code, single-family units have the right to build an accessory dwelling unit. So you put in 6 single-family units, you actually have approval for 12 units. And so we're talking about the difference between 12 and 14. And then finally, I know I said finally twice, I want to emphasize that the question of rental versus ownership is a question that would be clear legal error under the Fair Housing Act. That cannot be a decision for approval here. And any house in the surrounding neighborhood could be rented by the owner.
Okay. Garrett?
Mr. Mitten, can you tell me what Lubicase that was? I'll just take a name if that's okay.
Sure thing. It is Frymark v. Tillamook County. Let me get the Westlaw citation for you. It's 45 OR Luba 685. I've not had, it's long, there's a bunch of different issues. I've not had a chance to do a deep dive, but that did appear, actual notice for error did appear to be one of the issues at issue in that case, and did provide some citations.
Okay, perfect. And I just want to confirm, our public hearing was properly noticed through our regular noticing, like we posted on the city website, things of that nature. I'm saying nodding yes. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Council public hearings are not dealt with through postings on the property. They're dealt with through other channels.
So, yes, staff. So Carl, and then Tanner, you're going to say something? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Carl McNair, Transportation Manager with your Public Works Department. I wanted to address a few of the things that I heard in the testimony tonight. I heard that the neighborhood streets were not built for this density. We do have clear standards in our code for residential streets. We have minor residential streets, which can serve up to 100 units, standard residential streets, which don't have that maximum. And I believe Kelly covered this in her presentation, but I did want to make sure it's clear. Woodside Drive, which does serve over 100 units, is a standard residential street. Fallen Leaf is the minor residential street, and I believe there's 14 or 15 units currently on it. This would add another 14, so still well under the 100 unit maximum for that street. Also about the county roads, Sunset Drive and Orchard Home are both currently under county maintenance jurisdiction. So old county roads that have been brought into the city. Those are both shown as needs for improvements in our transportation system plan, but they are not funded in that plan. There's only so many resources to apply around the city, and that 20-year plan allocates those resources to specific projects. So it would be great if we could afford all of these streets, but unfortunately, those did not make the cut. And then I've also wanted to address why Fallen Leaf is being punched through to Sunset. It's actually in an adopted Southwest Neighborhood Circulation Plan that connection is required, and the alignment is being dictated by existing property lines and structures north of Sunset Drive, as well as the one immediately south. There's an existing home that's a separate lot in the northeast corner of this project. And so in order to snake through those existing features, that road needs to veer off to the east onto that adjacent property to the east in order to connect to Sunset Drive. That was all I had. Happy to take any questions if there are any.
Any questions for Carl? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tanner Farrington, Fire Marshal with your Medford Fire Department. Just wanted to provide a couple of comments. First of all, appreciate all the comments that we've heard tonight, including on safety, which is near and dear to what we do. Couple things I wanted to mention. There's always challenges with infill development, and then middle housing adds another wrinkle to the mix as well. It, on one hand, once this development occurs, and then once the property to the east develops, Fallen Leaf connects through, it's going to provide another connection point, address some of the, hopefully some of the safety concerns, certainly improves our access for emergency response. So that's definitely a plus. It does create a challenge in the meantime. So half street width +8 does create a narrow street. So then it's that balance of parking is super important. When there's parking challenges, it does impact us. Parking on street corners, lots of tight parking can impact access. So it is something that we are concerned about as well. And in the meantime, while it's just constructed as a half +8, we did ask for signs to be installed to restrict parking. That will have some temporary impacts. There's been some comments tonight on the parking for this development and for it to potentially change. We can kind of get nervous about that sometimes as well. I'm hopeful that the applicant seems to intend to provide parking, and that should help alleviate some of those concerns in the meantime until it's fully developed. It's been mentioned, but I just did want to clarify that access onto Sunset Drive. Sometimes Carl and I with Public Works will battle a little bit on that balance between number of access points and our emergency access. This is one of those cases where because there's a desire to restrict access onto Sunset, which would provide a secondary access out, because it's a busy corridor, lots of driveways, that does create a pedestrian, bicycle, and traffic safety concern. We don't like responding to kids getting hurt and people getting hurt. So we try to find that balance between traffic safety needs and emergency response. So that's why that gate is there. I think that's kind of the highlights. Any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
So a couple of quick questions. The emergency access gate that's currently there would be replaced when Fallen Leaf cuts all the way through? Or you're going to keep both, one for that interior access, one for pass through to the rest of the neighborhood?
It would remain in place because it provides access to those units. So that's part of the requirement to provide access within 150 feet of the units, because it dips south far enough.
Okay.
We need that access in there.
And then your comment, like parking, the half +8 and parking, it can create some challenges, and it's not you guys' favorite access situation. But based on the comments from your review, it's acceptable.
It is acceptable.
I mean,
and
60-foot wide streets with like fire hydrants every 12 feet would be really ideal for you.
that'd be great. No, yeah.
But you're saying it's kind of tight. We will be happy when Fallen Leaf does punch through.
Yes.
But as currently proposed, it does meet minimum safety standards.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the kind of the standard minimum is 20 feet. When it gets down below 26 feet, that's where we typically restrict parking on both sides. And that's why we provide that comment to restrict the parking. Once it develops, and there was a comment about staggered or clustered offset driveways. That's kind of a condition of a 28-foot street width. There was some discussions, even in land development review, that would need to be a 33-foot paved width for Fallen Leaf rather than 28 feet. There are no driveways. It's side lot along Fallen Leaf, and so there are no driveways to stagger. The idea behind the staggered driveways is people can't park in front of them, so it gives gaps for cars to pull over to get out of the way. 28 feet is, with parking on both sides, can be a challenge, so that will probably get constructed as 33 feet, which would provide even greater access, and including for us, and just access through the site for the community. So.
Okay. Another question?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. 5 minutes is your allowable rebuttable time.
I think the planning department and Public Works answered most of my comments back to you guys, but I guess the only thing that it wasn't addressed was we did in fact revise the plans after we found out 50% of the units had to be facing common space. So that's where you see the new existing design that is more appealing to the neighbors looking at the back of the houses. So I think that mitigates that problem for them, I hope. The other really cool thing, I guess, about just cottage clusters in general, the last neighbor that was talking about parks and places to walk and kids to play, and this development does provide over 10,000 square feet of grass and common space for people to walk and enjoy outside as well. So I think that's a really big plus to doing this. So thank you guys so much. If you don't have any more questions, I think that's it.
All right, any final questions for the applicant? Thank you. Wait, did you move forward like you wanted to? Yeah.
I'm speaking with Mr. Curlinger. I'm just trying to fully understand the fallen leaf drive. So right now, I'm seeing from this other thing, is that there's a structure where this would connect. Like there's a structure that is what would inhibit fallen leaf drive from occurring.
That's correct, there's a house there.
So the hope is at some point someone buys this and gets rid of the house and puts a street there.
Let me go back.
Make Carl come back. We're going around the house. Yeah. I think this is a good map to show it.
Okay.
So and we might have to switch back and forth a little bit. The Fallen Leaf Drive is going to come up along the property line between 1955 and 1925. And on the site plan, it curves to the east at the north end to go around the existing house at 1953.
Okay.
That's, yeah. So it will get punched through to Sunset when 1925 develops in the future. That would be how that would work.
Is that why 1925 is named? Like 1925, as part of this application, has agreed, like, yeah, eventually we'll let that road punch through. Because there was note that 1925 was on the application.
Yes, that was the road reservation that Kelly mentioned.
Okay, so 1925 has granted 1955 the road reservation.
Correct.
So we're not crossing our fingers that hopefully someday those people agree. They have agreed.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Carl. Seeing no further testimony, I will close the public hearing. And so now we just get to kick this off and go. Here's the deal, and I will just say this outright. If, when we were going through all of the middle housing code amendments, we consistently fought over parking. And I would say that there was a push maybe from Salem down and maybe even some internal staff that were kind of in favor of the less parking. And you start talking about how much parking drives cost, parking affects density. Essentially, there is a little bit of there's definitely a fight between how much you have to spend to provide correct or at what we would consider adequate off-street parking and what you don't. So I completely sympathize with the concept of some of the cottage cluster standards maybe creating some adverse impact. I understand that concept, but what I would tell you as we begin this deliberation here at you as a body, I'm not quite sure what the finding would be that they didn't meet the code or are not conditioned to meet the code. And then I also don't know what you do to people who are investing in property thinking that they are following the rules, and then you tell them, no, we've changed our mind and arbitrarily are switching that out. So that being said, if there's any discussion before a motion, I think that discussion should be if you were going to do not uphold the appeal, what kind of finding would you be able to make? So otherwise, I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Stein.
May I ask a direct question, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Mr. Quinn, so you mentioned the difference between how a normal appeal goes and how what planning commission might have the power to do. So can you help me a little bit as this relates to what we're looking at today? Yeah. About as if you're a planning commissioner, you have some sort of different authority to
You have to apply the same laws, but you're not restricted to the issues raised by the appellant. It's plenary, it's de novo. So we can identify issues that aren't among the essentially 4 that were created by the appellant. And again, this kind of appeal from planning and kind of borrowing from legal appeals, there's standards of review. You review things for substantial evidence or abuse of discretion in a court appeal. It's a little different in this kind of an appeal if we were reviewing a decision by the Planning Commission, but it still would be a bit narrower if that were the posture. This is not. This is as if we were the Planning Commission, which means we decide whether, based on the facts presented by the applicant, the law is satisfied. That's it. And any law, not just the 4 that this very nice lady talked to us about.
And I understand that. And my main point with that is, as a planning commission, you still have to work within the bounds of the code and have the clear objective standards that are already there in order to say, okay, we're going to require these new things, or, reject it, or whatever that may look like, to not approve a project and send something forward.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Curlinger?
I guess mine is not exactly what you asked for, but it's going to be my commentary before we have a motion. Is that okay?
Well, if
Okay.
does anybody have a finding that they would use to either, I want to get my notes, reverse, modify, or amend? Okay, I'll take a motion. Oh, actually, I won't. Hold on. We had an interesting disclosure that needs to be made.
What do we got? So once Mr. Plankenhorn got up there and started speaking, I recognized him. I've met him before, conducting a business transaction through my employer back in December. Our last conversation was January 9th, and I have records of all our conversations. I had no, we never talked about this at all. And in fact, I don't even know if he recognizes me, but I wanted to at least disclose it in case I need to abstain.
So you've had and it was an unrelated business transaction, nothing about this application?
Correct.
So nothing about your vote tonight would in any way change whether or not that transaction goes forward?
Correct.
Okay, so under the law, you don't have a conflict of interest. We've disclosed it. We'll do, we can provide an opportunity. If you decide, just to be safe, I'm going to recuse, you can do that. Or you can say, actually, because it's not even a potential conflict of interest, we don't need to allow for questioning related to it. But there's nothing in any way contingent. So with the disclosure, I don't see anything there that would classify as a conflict of interest. So if you feel you can be fair and neutral on this, then you can go ahead and debate and vote.
Yeah, I'm unbiased. I'm unbiased in my decision.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Kind of discovered that halfway through.
No problem.
Mr. West?
I move to approve the application, deny the appeal, and adopt resolution number 2026-19.
Second.
Second by Mr. Curlinger. Garrett, can you speak to your motion, please?
First, I wanted to thank everyone very much for coming and for speaking. It's very important that we all engage in our civic duty, especially when it relates to development and how our community changes and grows over time. We're in a housing crisis. I have many friends who grew up in Medford along with me who can't live here because they can't find housing. Most, if not all of my friends have had to move away from the Rogue Valley because of the housing crisis. It's a crisis. And so I am in favor of housing as much as possible, especially such beautiful designs of housing. I would welcome these kind of designs in my own neighborhood. There was a lot of concern about compatibility with the neighborhood, and that's not a legal criteria that we can apply to this application. The code sections that were cited dealt with, the purpose of the code is, fill in the blank. The state regulatory bodies, including Land Use Board of Appeals, have been very clear. We are not allowed to apply those purpose statements to this kind of application. If we denied this application on that basis, the applicant would appeal, and we would be reversed, and we would be right back here in 6 months, and we would be forced to approve this application after paying all this money in legal fees, which would not, it would be inappropriate for us as stewards of the public money to do that and just waste public funds. There were a lot of concerns about infrastructure in the neighborhood, in particular sidewalks on some of the adjacent streets. I am very sympathetic, and I want to find money so that we can put sidewalks on those streets. We don't have the money today, right? We have a very thin budget as the city, and I've read the city budget a few times, and I'm promising you, we don't have the money for it today. But we actively work with our lobbyists in Washington and Salem to get us grants and funding for projects like this, and it's on the city's priority list. There were also concerns related to traffic in the neighborhood. Traffic is always really difficult when, you know, neighborhoods expand and new people move in and you get new neighbors. This is a relatively modest growth. You know, these aren't big units. Frankly, these units that they're proposing are bigger than my house because I can't afford the homes that are in this neighborhood. I've been priced out. So will there be an increase in the number of people who are driving through the neighborhood? Yes, I think it'll be a modest increase. Will there be an increase in the number of people parking in the neighborhood? Perhaps. I disclosed that I did a site visit of your neighborhood. It's beautiful, by the way. I did see people parking on the street and in their driveway. So a modest amount, but it's still there. And then kind of into the legal issues, there was error raised that a couple of the units would not meet the maximum footprint of 900 square feet as a footprint. That's resolved at record page 43, condition 6. I find that it is feasible to meet that condition of approval. Error was raised about OAR 660-046-0330 sub 4. I find there's no error because the definition of a significant infrastructure deficiency was not met pursuant to OAR 660-046-0320 sub 6. The city had to make findings that there were significant infrastructure deficiencies, and there's no such findings in the record. Error was raised with 10.818 alpha for Papa, finding that I find that paths do connect all the units to the streets, amenities, and parking. It's clearly depicted on the site plan that the driveways are wide enough for parking and pedestrians to go past. Those count as walkways. Issue is raised with signage not being posted related to noticing about this. That's harmless error for the reasons the city attorney explained under that Luba case. There were objections about the heights of the buildings not meeting city standard under 10.818. I think there's a lack of substantial evidence for that. And then there were various issues and questions raised by the appellants related to school capacity, no parks, waste management capacity, utility adequacy, water adequacy, pedestrian safety, increase in density, and lack of infrastructure improvements. I think there's a lack of substantial evidence in the record to support those conclusions. An error was raised with these either being owner-occupied or rentals. I don't think that's a legal standard we can apply to this application. So that's kind of the legal framework we have to deal with. Growth is difficult and change is difficult, especially when you live in such a beautiful neighborhood. And I hope that when you do get new neighbors, you welcome them. It's also hard when we have kind of new designs kind of moving in, like these cottage clusters. There was some commentary about this being a new design. I actually think it's more of a traditional design myself. This is a very early 20th century traditional American way of building homes. We're probably going to see more of them in the city of Medford, depending probably on how this development works out. So again, thank you for doing your part for the city and your community. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Very
Mr.
quick,
Minton.
just to clarify, does the motion include adding exhibits W, X, and Y?
Yes, it does. And Mr. Kurling,
You're okay with that?
Yes,
Say
second, yes.
Okay. Did you have a comment?
I think I'm mostly going to be reiterating what Garrett said in a shorter version, but I think it's important for me to say. In other capacities, I've had a lot of practice looking at something and asking, do I like this idea? or agree with this idea versus does this meet a certain standard? And I have practice in talking about a measure or a candidate and saying, personally, I think this sucks. Within this sandbox, this actually meets the guidelines. So I have voted in favor of things I do and do not support personally based on the guidelines we're measuring to. So without really commenting honestly on whether or not I do like this project, no guideline within the city is ever going to be perfect and possibly encapsulate every conceivable scenario that will ever happen. But we build guidelines so that I cannot say, hey, Stein, you're a cool Kevin. I like your project and I'm going to approve it. But Keating, you're a bad Kevin and I'm against your project. There's measurable standards. And whether I like either Kevin is irrelevant. If they've met the standard, they get to do their project. And a lot of the concerns that were raised talked about deficiencies, talked about consistency, talked about compatibility. I was writing down some keywords that I was hearing. There was a lot of discussion about what's been common. There's a lot of discussion about what's been perceived as traditional. There's a lot of discussion about what's perceived as compatible, which is not codified. And I think you hit the nail on the head, Garrett, where we could deny this, and we could spend a lot of Eric's time and the city's money most likely losing this appeal if it moves forward. Because the concerns that were raised, as far as I can tell, are all very anecdotal. They're not empirical. And that's why I asked the specific question about the distance from the biking facilities. If there's an empirical fault that can be measured, we may need to take another look at this. But if this is anecdotal or emotional, we, in my opinion, based on what I've read and been coached, do not have the right to deny this based on those findings. It doesn't matter if we like it or not. So that's why I'm in support of this motion.
I was stationed in, when I was in the Navy, I was stationed in Connecticut, and they had a fair amount of cottage housing, and the community aspect of it was really cool, right? When you have the houses face each other and then the open plot of land, and you see kids have their own community, playing soccer and throwing a ball or whatever else, and same thing for the adults that are participating. So overall, because I've seen it with my own eyes, I know that it can be an asset for a community. HB, was it 2001 was brought up, and there's a few things in here that, it has its pluses and minuses. It's a very big document, but it's out there to basically create a lot of infill because the state of Oregon has done a poor job over the last few decades of getting more housing, and so that's why we have a lot of the issues that we've heard. But Section 8 talks a little about how the principles of statewide planning should go. I'm going to point out just a couple of them. A, housing that is safe, accessible, and affordable in the community of their choice should be available to every Oregonian. B, building enough equitable housing must be a top priority. I'm going to skip down to F. Housing production should not be undermined by litigation, regulatory uncertainty, or repetitive or unnecessary procedures. And G, local governments, to the greatest extent possible, should take actions within their control to facilitate the production of housing to meet housing production targets under Section 3 of this 2023 Act. So as stated, you're always going to have some growing pains as you guys have infill, but this, what I just read, this project perfectly relates to what we're trying to do as a city, what we're bound to do by state law, and as a community, I see it as an overall good. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Yep, Mr. Quinn.
Well, there's a saying that integrity is what you do when no one's looking, and sometimes integrity in this case is going to be what you do when everyone's looking. And I on the one hand, have watched this neighborhood grow. I've taken the little jog up Orchard home from Archer up into the meadows, and that's the part where my Labradors and I ran because there's very little room for 5 labs and a petite fellow such as myself. So I get that. But I've also sworn to uphold the laws as a DA, as a lawyer, as a counselor, and previously as a planner. So I can't depart from that.
Sorry, John. I'm getting a message that they can't hear you well.
So the integrity is you can't depart from that. My problem is much of what we're having to deal with is stuff that has been inflicted on us by Salem. Politics are necessarily local, and land use should be local. They've taken it away. That's why we're here. We're not here because these very nice people did anything wrong. They most certainly didn't. And as cottage clusters go, it seems like a delightful project as they go. So we really don't have much choice to say that it doesn't comply with the law, because it does. 10.005 is not an error issue that you can use to assign error. It's just a preamble. I've only been practicing law for 30 years. Trust me, you can't enforce it. It's just a preamble. HB 2001 is automatic as far as what we have to approve, and we have to approve this if it meets the criteria of the cottage cluster statutes that we enacted pursuant to what Salem forced us to do. As far as traffic increases, I can't see how these 14 units would do much more than the whole development behind the Meadows did to the west. As far as parks go, we just approved a park, Addison, which is more by Sherms, so it's a little bit of a distance, but closer than it could be. And also the developers on South Stage and King are going to put in a park, and the developer between Orchard Home and Columbus plans to have open space to the north as it gets close to Archer, where there's now very long lots and recently a marijuana garden. So there will be open space. So as far as infrastructure and compliance with the specifics of the code, those are going to be satisfied based on the attachments to the Planning Commission's materials. RVSS is happy, Medford Water is happy with conditions, etc. So I don't see a basis, if I'm going to follow the law, to deny it, to do anything but affirm, and I can't, and I have just as much duty to the neighborhood as I do to the builder. We can't be capricious with respect to either one of them. However, I also can't forget that there's two fundamental problems here. One, the state's taken away our discretion, which is unacceptable. And two, dozens, if not 100 or so, of the people that I represent and whose neighborhoods I walked through for years don't like it. So just because I can't vote against it doesn't mean I have to vote for it. So I plan to abstain as a matter of principle for those 2 points. And I want everyone to understand, finally, the thought is this. You get the government you deserve. And the way you get good government is by doing exactly what you did. The applicant and the people who came here. We heard you. This is before our decision. You've been heard. If you go home and say, this guy and these 8 people are jerks, they just rubber stamped it, they had some agenda, whatever, you're wrong.
John.
So, that's what I want to leave you with. Hopefully we're the government you deserve, even if you don't always get the answer you like.
All right. Kevin?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to just, I'm not going to go long. I realize it's 9 o'clock, but I do want to also say that I'm very sympathetic to the safety issues, the traffic issues, all the issues that were brought forward in the appeal. Yet, virtually every other counselor is saying I don't have a legal basis to not approve this. So, thank you.
All right. You good? Okay. Erica, can we have the roll call, please?
Yes.
Mike Kerlinger,
Yes.
Jessica Ayers,
Yes.
Nick Card,
Yes.
Kevin Keating,
Yes?
John Quinn,
Abstain?
Zach Smith,
Yes.
and Kevin Stein.
Yes.
Motion passes. We have 7 yes and 1 abstention.
Okay, I know it's late, but I gotta take a break, so 5 minutes. Let's do it. All right, we are back in order. Don't go too far, Mr. Minton.
So I'm going to do my part over here, and then I'm going to run over there and do my part
Perfect.
over there.
80.2, Mr. Minton.
All right. Your Honor, item 80.2 is Council Bill 2026-20, a resolution approving the establishment of an economic improvement district for downtown City Medford to fund Downtown Medford Association activities for the benefit of downtown as set forth in the EID final plan previously adopted.
Thank you very much. May we have staff, okay, you're there. May we have staff report, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Honor. I am here for the third presentation we have on the EID. And this is, well, I'd say the final, but there's a related matter after this. So nearly the final. And it didn't work for anyone else, but I figured maybe I had the magic touch, so I'll just use the keyboard. All right. Come on. Okay. So, of course, the same three-step process that we've had before. We had initiation. We've had that done. We had an ordinance adopting a final plan. We did that in January. And this is the final go or no-go vote of City Council after public noticing and a public hearing. So here's the map area. I won't go through it in detail, but I can page back to this if people have questions. So 30 days ago, we sent out notices to each and every property in the EID, letting them know of this public hearing, letting them know that they have an ability to provide written opposition, and if there's 33% written opposition based on square footage of the EID, the process stops as a matter of law. If there's less opposition than that, then council can make a discretionary decision to approve or not approve based on council's policy judgment and the feedback received. To be clear, this is not a vote where there needs to be yes votes versus no votes, or that people in support need to provide feedback. Nevertheless, we have had a lot of supportive feedback, and so I'm going to walk through what we've got on both sides of the aisle. So, in opposition, we have received 6 letters from property owners. Those property owners own various parcels that total 10% of the EID area. Generally making similar but not identical objections. Some of the most common things to be raised, the biggest one is financial impacts on small businesses. I think something we all recognize is a reality in this economy. Lack of an identified particular benefit to the objector's property, saying this may benefit the area, but what is it actually going to do to benefit this particular property was a common refrain. Concerns that the benefit to the area is speculative or uncertain, and then 1 or 2 of them raise arguments that what the EID would be doing is something that the city should be doing already with existing taxpayer funds. So each and every letter in opposition was forwarded to you. I know I've been emailing you a lot in the past few days as these come in. Just wanted to give you all an opportunity to read them instead of dumping them all at the 11th hour. But just to summarize so everyone knows if they sent one in, these are the ones that we received. And all objections have been forwarded to mayor and council. Letters of support, we have a total of 26 letters of support. 18 are from property owners inside the EID. Those property owners constitute 14% of the EID area. And so Ryan's always impressed when I do math on the fly up here, but by my count, that does mean that we have 76% of property owners who have not provided a letter one way or another, and that's okay under the process. And then we also had 8 letters from other stakeholders. Some were from tenants in downtown. It's the property owners who have the formal ability to weigh in, but several tenants wrote in to say this would benefit our business, and we've invested as a tenant in downtown. We also had other property owners who were just sometimes nearby property owners. So, example, Copper Plank wrote in support of this. The trends in terms of letters of support, being a catalyst for change for downtown, kind of a rising tide lifts all boats sort of philosophy was a common refrain. Trying to keep Medford competitive with other cities, making sure that our downtown has got the same appeal as that cursed city next to Sisters in Central Oregon, or other cities that are known for their downtowns. And again, I won't read each and every one of these, but just to list everyone where we received a letter of support. These are the letters we did receive. And then again, this is not officially a vote. This is a council decision so long as the 33% criteria is not met. And I double-checked the code just to make sure the written opposition, it says, can be provided before or during the public hearing. If anyone out there wants to provide written opposition, they haven't done so already, I have blank pieces of paper over there, and someone can write, "I oppose," and write what property they are, and we can adjust our percentages on the fly. I've got a 2-spreadsheet system. We can get that handled pretty quick. So if there's a bunch of people waiting in the wings, we can adjust that before the close of the public hearing. But if that 33% criteria is met, if we have 34% opposition, we're done. We don't need a vote. We move on to the next part of the meeting. If that is not met, then it's a policy discussion for City Council. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, or we can move forward to the public hearing. Oh, and I just want to clarify, when we do have the public hearing, that DMA will go first as kind of the applicant for this process. They'll have 10 minutes. Like with everyone else, and other people have 4. Just want to emphasize, just because you have that amount of time doesn't mean you need to fill that amount of time. But that's how this public hearing will work.
Great. And this is, at this point, this is just process, essentially this is a listening session for us. However, if you have questions about that for Eric, we can ask that real quick.
Can we ask questions during the public hearing of the people testifying?
I heard earlier that you can do whatever you want.
Can you? Just give me an example of what you would want to try to flesh out from someone giving you a testimony. as to
So
whether or not they're
hypothetically,
for or against this.
if I was going to
Their
ask a
personal
question
opinion.
of someone during the public hearing, I might consider asking DMA. We heard from a total of 24% of the property owners. I'm assuming the other 76% have had conversations, or they know about this, or they've been communicated with, and they just didn't feel strongly enough one way or another to submit testimony.
Okay.
So theoretically, I might ask Annie that question if I was given the opportunity.
So theoretically, if Annie was prepared to answer that question, maybe she could even include it in her.
I mean, who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? It's a mystery at this point. Okay, other questions for Eric? Okay. Seeing none, at this point, I will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on the subject, please come forward as called. Please identify yourself for the record before speaking. Again, we have reserved 10 minutes for DMA.
I am not going to take 10 minutes. I promise you. I am tired, and you guys are tired, and you still have another meeting to go. So, good evening, Mayor and Council. After 2 years of our conversation about the EID, I promise this will be the shortest part of the process so far. First, I want to say thank you to city staff for the tremendous amount of work that has gone into this effort. It's truly been a pleasure working with all of you. And I do want to say a special thanks to Eric Mitten and his staff, and Ryan and Sam Barnum and Debbie for additional time and attention that you have given this project. The EID committee is a group that has met weekly throughout this process and has deeply been involved from the beginning. They helped guide the feasibility study, they worked with consultants, they developed the service plan, and they spent countless hours meeting with property owners and helping shape what we are discussing tonight. I'm going to step in and answer one of Mike's questions real quick right now, and we reached out to every property owner that would respond to us. We met with every property owner that would respond to us. We sent them certified letters, we've reached out, we've kept their emails, we've sent them regular information in regards to this hearing, we sent them regular information in regards to how to be more involved. So yes, we have touched base with everybody who's been willing to engage with us on a regular basis. The current committee includes 3 property owners with the storefronts, 1 business based downtown, and 2 downtown advocates. As we move forward, this group will help with transition to the next iteration of the EID committee, to be comprised of the district member property owners. They will be responsible for helping oversee the service plan and guide priorities and ensure the district remains aligned with the ordinance that you guys approved in January. The service plan was intentionally designed to provide a clear framework, while also flexibility for the future EID committee to respond to real-time needs and opportunities. This ensured the district isn't locked into a static plan, but can evolve as progress is made. As the EID is implemented, the committee will add additional details, set priorities, and ensure strong accountability and alignment with the ordinance. They will ensure the budget is spent the way it needs to be spent, and that the 60%, 28%, 10% is all done the way it's mapped out. The Downtown Medford, sorry, I lost my place. The Downtown Medford Association has had a strong track record of partnerships with the city. Through their existing agreements, we have consistently met or exceeded our goals and metrics. And we will bring the same level of accountability and transparency to the EID, if not more. Downtown Medford Association is thrilled to be at the stage. Revitalizing downtown takes a lot of partnerships. It takes the city, it takes property owners, it takes the merchants, it takes the council, and it takes the community working together along with many of the partners that are in this room. The EID gives us a framework to focus on things that we all want to see: more activity, stronger retail business, improved spaces in a downtown people are excited to invest in, visit, and be a part of. And I promise I have very little to go. You've heard me say before, building a vibrant community is truly never done. Because building a great downtown is a journey. It's not a race. It comes with building a vision that people can actually see and be a part of. And finally, thank you to everyone who came out tonight. I spent a lot of time encouraging people to come downtown. So thank you very much for showing up tonight. It's been awesome, and I hope we continue to have more and fill this room even more. Downtown succeed when communities decide to invest in themselves, and tonight is an opportunity for Medford to take the step forward, something clearly reflected in the matter of letters you've received and the testimony you've seen tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions? You killed it.
Okay. There are a couple of people that I think will pass on speaking tonight, as Erica calls them. But if we could ask at the very beginning, those that want to stand up and support and who will not be speaking, that might be a good way to move through this testimony a little bit quicker tonight.
We can do that, or we can, if they come down, they can be quick. Okay, thank you. Can you call the first 3 people that have signed up to give testimony?
Andy Whitlock, Emily Whitlock, Chris Dennett, Eli Matthews, Brent Kell, and...
Maybe just 3.
Oh.
We'll just do the first 3.
Hello, everybody. Council members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Chris Dennett, and I live, do I need to tell you my address? Is that where we go? No,
Maybe.
All right, we're cool. I am here tonight on behalf of 8 property owners. So I am a property manager. I recently took over Henselman Realty and Management, so I'm here on behalf of those 8 people. Later, I do have one of my property owners would like to oppose, but I have it here. So while I'm not personally a building owner, I do represent those 8. And I take very seriously my role as an advocate for these owners. Over the past months, I've had numerous conversations with them and others regarding the EID. The concerns have echoed many of the concerns that you have either read or will maybe hear this evening. Basically, they appear to me to come down to kind of 3 types. I don't want to spend money on behalf of other people. This is a trick to take my money by the city. And I don't think the money will be spent on the specific thing that I think will make downtown better. We all know that something is wrong with downtown. There's empty storefronts, low foot traffic, ground floor rents that have stagnated for decades. We need to do something to turn this around, and whether we want to admit it or not, the kinds of things that we need to do will cost money. Those programs are better serviced collectively than individually. We know this because individually, we're not doing right now what needs to be done. Let me give you a specific example. I have 3 spaces in 3 different buildings right now where new tenants are moving in and taking advantage of the DMA's program for storefront activation. I know for certain that if it wasn't for that program, our downtown wouldn't have been the first choice for any of these businesses. I also know for certain that none of those building owners were in a position or likely interested in throwing $7,000 of TI to a tenant just in order to get them in there. And this is, the EID will fund programs like this. This is why I think it's valuable. More filled storefronts makes for a healthier downtown, which in turn creates more businesses and eventually leads to increased cash flow from higher rents in buildings that people consider to be in a valuable location. Right now, we know 2 things. We don't have the amount of businesses that we want downtown, and we know that what we've been doing doesn't work. Logic tells us that if we want different outcomes, we have to create different inputs. 2 + 2 is always going to be 4. Just like continuing to operate independently of each other will maintain our status quo. If we don't do new things, we'll get exactly what we already have. The EID is an investment in the economic future of our downtown, and it's worth doing. If there's one thing that I've learned in a quarter century of being downtown, I've run businesses for 2 decades in this space. I plan on being here for another couple decades. It's that everyone in Medford says that they want to be on the team, but no one appears to want to wear the same uniform. Sometimes they don't even look like they want to play the same game. From the outside, it looks like Medford's problem is that there are too many cooks in the kitchen, too many people who want to do too many different things, but I think it's worse than that. I think the problem is not only that everyone is cooking something different, but they're also sabotaging others' dishes. They're walking behind people, changing the salt content, turning off the stove. Economic growth doesn't happen as a magically beneficial consequence of monetarily protectionist policies. It grows out of deliberate and planned investment. In short, it takes money to make money. The EID is a necessary first step in a cooperative downtown. They work in other places and they can work here. The city should recognize the willingness of the private sector to put a down payment on their future, and they should also contribute, in my opinion. The best of all possible outcomes is one where not only the private citizens make a decision to seed their future, but the public apparatus meets them along that path. The city should also contribute funds above and beyond the levy of the buildings that they have in the district, because the city, I know, also has things in that district. A public-private partnership should be the goal of the EID. At very least, I would ask this council that if the support is such that we fall to a vote tonight, please do not stand in our way. If the support is there, let us cook.
Thank you. And Mr. Dennett, if I could get the
Erica, go ahead and call the next 3.
information on the.
Eli Matthews, Brent Kell, and Marla Transky.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, City Council. Good to see you. I'm Eli Matthews, President and CEO of the Chamber of Medford and Jackson County, also a former City Councilor who does not miss long public hearings. Hey, I'll be brief. I'm proud to admit that we are very excited to express our strong support for the formation of the Economic Improvement District for downtown Medford. You know, this initiative is very much long overdue and represents a remarkable opportunity for our community. A chance to stimulate economic growth, enhance the quality of life for our residents, and also elevate our visitor experience as they come to our downtown and experience all that it has to offer. The proposed EID is not just a plan. As Andy said, it's a culmination of years of dedicated outreach, collaboration among property owners, community members, the DMA, and also local businesses. Now we're on the final step of this important process. And I would remind us all that this EID is a goal for our Medford 2040 vision plan and action. And this action plan had valuable input from over 1,100 community members that helped in the visioning process. And having been a member of the Vision Task Force myself, I remember a lot of our conversations, we spoke about the realization that success doesn't happen by accident, right? You have to have a clear intention. And I would also note that the Chamber itself is a property owner in the district. And as advocates for increasing economic prosperity, we see this as an immense potential for growth and development for the downtown core. Establishing the EID will bring significant benefits, not just to property owners and businesses, but residents alike. And I just want to say really why this matters, and to be clear as I get to speak on behalf of the business community, we want more prosperity for the downtown, more attractions, a greater draw for our visitors, and investing in the EID will help achieve this goal. So I urge you, all the property owners, to support the EID for a more prosperous community. Thank you for listening and for your consideration. Thank you.
Mayor, councilors, thanks for giving me a brief speech here. I'm going to be real brief. I'm looking at this from a little different lens. With Creekside Quarters, other projects that are going on right now, we're asking pretty significant investment, outside investment, maybe unprecedented investment. An approval of an EID shows that we are aligned, that we're open for business, and that we're investing in ourselves. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Marta Tarensay, and I'm here today as a community member who resides in the 500 block of West Jackson Street. I'm also a very proud former board member of the Downtown Medford Association. I first started working on the Economic Improvement District happenings in January of 2021. I looked back at my email threads. Then I had the pleasure of serving on the 2040 Vision Task Force, where Downtown Medford Association was directed and guided to explore a consultative process to see what mechanism truly could serve as a great investment mechanism and a co-investment mechanism downtown Medford. I'm here also representing Courtney Toll, who is one of the former board members, who was one of the founding board members. Courtney and I strongly agree that move towards the EID and your subsequent votes on the bill and the ordinance, or rather resolution and the ordinance, are a great step towards adding EID to the toolbox of economic development and downtown revitalization tools available to us. I genuinely thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of the support, feedback, and guidance the City Council has provided in all of its iterations in the last 6 years. I've worked closely with several of the city staff and council members, and this is Medford's moment. This year, past year, maybe next year, and this is one of the micro moments in Medford's moment. Thank you for your consideration.
Can you call the next three, please?
David Wilkerson, Clay Berenson, and Taylor Morgan.
I don't see, yep, go on. You taking cuts on Clay there, but it's all good.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Taylor Morgan. I'm a local business owner, been headquartered in downtown Medford since 2018, and I'm the property owner at 131 West Main Street. I support the foundation of an economic improvement district because I believe downtown Medford has tremendous untapped potential. We already have the foundation. We have historic buildings, we have a walkable layout, we have alternative thoroughfares, and we're a central location in the Rogue Valley. But we've yet to create a place where people consistently want to spend time. Other cities have shown what's possible. Areas like Larimer Square in Denver, one of my absolute favorite places to visit. Places closer to home like Bend and Walla Walla. Savannah, Georgia is another great one. They've transformed their downtowns by prioritizing pedestrian experiences, supporting local businesses, creating vibrant, active public spaces. The EID is an important step toward making that happen here. It gives property owners a way to invest together in beautification, events, safety, and overall activation of downtown. With the right focus and collaboration, I think downtown Medford can become a destination giving culture, community, and ultimately good times in Southern Oregon. I'd like to thank Annie and the DMA for their efforts in this endeavor, and thank you for your time.
You're up, Clay.
All right, Mayor Mike Z and Council. I'm gonna make this short and sweet after that illustrious quasi-judicial hearing that I don't miss either. I just am here to speak and encourage you to support this EID. As a downtown business owner, and you know how passionate I've been about downtown, so I would really appreciate the support. And also as somebody who is a property owner outside of the district, if you move forward with this, I do plan on opting in, and I would hope that it would set precedent, and there'll be other neighboring properties that are outside the jurisdiction that would also opt in. So short and sweet, thank you for your time. Thank you, staff, for working with, and big thanks to Annie. She's really, the fact that, we were here years ago and it wasn't even up for consideration because it got tanked, I think that could be all attributed to Annie and her outreach and her communication with all the property owners and stakeholders. So she's really done an outstanding job as an ED. Thank you.
Yeah, well, here's the quiz. I was trying to think of it. What was it called? Was it Metro Medford? Yeah. Okay, sorry. I guess I answered my own question. Sorry, Clay. David.
Evening, councilors and Mr. Mayor. I will keep this very brief because I could not possibly match what Chris Dennett said. We bought our building downtown 6 years ago intentionally to try to make an impact on downtown revitalization, basically putting our money where our mouth is. And we've seen what's happened since COVID, since the passage of Measure 110. We've seen it coming back. But we've also seen, as Chris said very eloquently, that you can't do the same thing and expect to get different results. And so for my business partners and me, the passage of the EID is our big opportunity to catapult what we're doing in downtown and take it to the next level so that we really can be on the same level as other Oregon cities that have EIDs like Albany, Astoria, Hillsborough, Bend. Why not? Why don't we, we're talking about a baseball stadium, so why don't we try to create a downtown that's as vibrant as Bend and even our neighbors in Grants Pass. So I appreciate your time.
Next three, please.
The last group is going to be Brian Slaughter, Kurt Burrell, Chris Cirancione, and Chris Duncan.
Mayor and council, my name is Kurt Burrell. I'm a property owner in the city of Medford, but I do not own property in the ID district. But I am here tonight to ask you to support it. I feel strongly enough about it that I helped put some money in for the feasibility study that the DMA did. I have spent over 30 years of my real estate career responding to questions when companies ask about Medford and they say, what is your downtown like? And for 30 years, I've said, well, we're trying. Here's an opportunity for us to try. A vibrant downtown will create a more vibrant Medford. A more vibrant Medford will create a substantially more vibrant downtown. Thank you.
Whoever's ready.
Excuse me. Mayor, Councilman, my name is Chris Duncan. I represent 217 East Main Street. I didn't come prepared to talk to you. I don't have anything written. I was compelled by Annie, who has, I think, compelled all of us to support the DMA. Thank you, Annie. But I think that this is Medford's moment. We should have had this moment long ago. Medford is behind, in my opinion. Just Central Point, Ashland, Grants Pass, Bend, Brookings, all of the little towns that have put money towards their downtowns to create a downtown, and I think this is our moment. So I'm hoping you'll support this. This is also a great opportunity, since I'm on the soapbox, to say, wouldn't a bike path be great downtown also? Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Chris, I like it. I'll pass.
Okay. Okay, so that's it?
Anyone else? I think there were 4 names called. We had 2 testimony, 1 pass.
We're just making sure you had made sure that this was in there.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So seeing none others, so, and
Well, with that said, they're probably going to do some math, but I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And
the math, we got 1 objection we had not seen before this public hearing that bumps the percentage of objections to 11%. So well under the 33% threshold. So it is now officially a subjective policy discussion by City Council.
Okay, so I'm going to kick the conversation off. I thought this was a done deal, however many years ago that was. And then it kind of at the last minute, property owners came in and we ended up not even voting on it. Is that incorrect? No, there you go. And there's a lot of talk about the city investing in, and I think we should all be clear, because I did some math on this about what we've spent just on parking and streetscape, general utilities to accommodate development downtown. So the citizens of Medford over the course of MURA have spent over current value dollars, $85 million in downtown. We also spend a lot of money on enhanced, essentially, police activity and patrol in downtown. So I think that at the end of the day, the citizens want a good town. They invest in downtown. And now it is clear that business owners are also wanting to take that little extra step on this. So for me, just to set the table on the council vote here, is this feels like a no-brainer. That's it. Kevin Stein.
Yeah, I did have to look up a couple things because it has been, however long ago 2015 was, 11 years. So, because I do remember, it was like one of the first things that Clay, you and me did was start the process of the EID with the Metro Medford, and yeah, like last minute, it just overwhelmingly, people signed the piece of paper, and then it died. And then that organization died, in I think April or so of 2015, and then in 2017 timeframe, that's when another group came, and that was Spark. And then Spark in 2018 became DMA, and then it's continued to progress. And I was trying to look at the minutes to figure out, because every single time that Spark came or every time DMA came, I talked about, hey, how about a economic improvement district? Because I know about this, because it's literally like one of the first things that I voted on was going through that process. So I'm very happy that it's come to fruition, and many conversations with Annie through the years to make it happen. And as you can hear from the people that came here today, Annie's obviously a catalyst, but there's a lot of people that care about this. A lot of people that spent 3 hours and 45 minutes or so to be here and hear me talk about this. So thank you for your time. But yeah, this is a good thing. I really enjoyed the discussion of, like, I'm not in the EID, but I'm gonna join anyway. I think that is super telling, right? This is not the end goal, it's the beginning goal. And as there are successes, as people want to buy in because they see the vision and they see the actual on-the-ground results, that is what I would really love to hear, is people that aren't within this voting district say, you know what, pitching in and seeing that vision. So obviously a lot of people involved in it through the years, but very happy to be here and vote yes eventually. Thank you.
I think at this point, if you want to make a motion.
I move to approve Council Bill 2026 TAC 20.
Second.
Well, I got Zach with the second. He's right next to me. Kevin, you've spoken in the motion. Anyone else that care to speak to it? Garrett?
I had a former client who put in a letter.
Mr. Mayor, I think our legal counsel has some thoughts.
Just a very short thing. I realize I made an error orally in the staff report. It's not a material one. I said that the copper plank had provided a letter of support. It is the building owner, the owner of the Elks Lodge, not the tenant, who provided support. May not be material, but I just wanted to be correct.
Fair enough. And then we have a disclosure here.
Yes, lots of letters. Fantastic to put all these into the record. I had a former client put in a letter, and I have a current client put in a letter with a very strong opinion. And because that could result in financial changes to that client, I'm going to have to abstain from this vote. For those of you who care about my personal opinion, I'm sure you know my personal opinion on how much I love downtown, so don't read into this other than I have to abstain. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Well, Erica?
Kevin Stein,
Yep.
Hang on.
No, it's too late.
We don't have to disclose, I mean, I've had dozens of conversations about the EID with business owners and tenants downtown. We don't have to disclose that in this circumstance.
So this is not a quasi-judicial hearing where you need to disclose ex parte. If you have a conflict of interest, like Mr. West, that's something we need to address, but we don't need to disclose ex parte.
Okay. Yes.
Zach Smith,
Yes.
Jessica Ayers,
Yes.
Kevin Keating,
Yes.
Nick Card,
Yes.
Mike Curlinger,
Yes.
John Quinn,
Yes.
Garrett West.
Abstain.
We have 7 yes and 1 abstention.
All right, motion carries. Moving on to 90.1 or 90, ordinances and resolution. There is one ordinance tonight, Mr. Mitten.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 90.1 is Council Bill 2026-21, an ordinance approving and authorizing execution of an agreement with the Downtown Medford Association to utilize and administer the funds gathered via an economic improvement district for downtown city of Medford.
Hey, for everyone that is leaving, this is still downtown.
Yeah, what if we say we won't let DMA do it now? They'll never
Thanks
know.
for coming, you guys. We should have put that first.
This is a fairly straightforward, just about collecting the monies and where the monies go to.
That is correct. This has got some exciting details about how often we remit the funds to the DMA.
Okay, would anyone like a staff report, or do we have a motion?
I move to approve Council Bill
Second.
2026, TAC 21.
Wait, was it you, Zach? No. All right, Kevin Keeney's got the second on that. Any comment? Yep, about the motion, Kevin?
Nope.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
Kevin Stein,
Yes.
Kevin Keating,
Yes.
Jessica Ayers,
Yes.
Nick Card,
Yes.
Mike Curlinger,
Yes.
John Quinn,
Yes.
Zach Smith,
Yes.
Garrett West.
Yes.
We have 8 yes.
All right, that passes. And moving on to council business. I have no proclamation, so I'll go straight to, and Jessica, if you're still there, no offense, but Garrett was at the meeting, so I'm going to let him talk about it.
Yeah. We had a very full house for council officers. There were whole 2 counselors at our meeting this afternoon. Number one, the League of Oregon Cities is updating their advocacy and legislative platform, which is contained within the municipal policy handbook, I guess. The mayor has recommended a council work group be formed to give input to the League of Oregon Cities. They'll probably have to meet 4 to 6 times prior to the summer to give input on this. Mr. Mayor, did you want to say anything about this?
I'll speak quickly. This is more or less almost like a platform document for the LOC, and it has not been updated since 2008, and I think it would be helpful if we were engaged in ensuring that I'll just say specifically Medford's kind of perspective is incorporated into how LOC approaches its dealings with the legislature.
And I already volunteered Nick to be on this committee. Surprise, Nick. If anyone else would like to volunteer now, you can do so. Otherwise, please let the mayor know you're interested. Next, concerning the federal courthouse, there's going to be a tour of the federal courthouse by staff, and the mayor has first dibs to join that tour. It's going to be a very small tour. If the mayor is not able to attend that tour, please let Jessica or myself know you'd like to be included along with Mr. Weil, so we can get you on the list for that. Mr. Weil has informed us that there will likely be additional tours in the future. Next, an interesting update.
Raise your hand, Kevin.
I did raise my hand. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Keating raised his hand for the tour. Perfect. Mr. Worth updated us on an interesting opportunity through the Medford Irrigation District. MID, Medford Irrigation District, is building a solar array on one of their reservoirs, and there's an opportunity for us to purchase some of the power from that array at a discount from our current power pricing rate. So staff is exploring that. That would be a few grand a year in savings. Is there any action that you want from us, Mr. Vaughn?
No, this is something we can approve at my level. We just wanted to inform council of the action.
Perfect, thank you.
Do you mind if I make a couple of comments? So we did just get a little bit of extra information about Dan, about additional risk, like we just get stuck buying power we don't want, or for whatever. And it does appear that, I would say that it, from what we heard in the meeting, staff's aware of any potential risks. There'll be kind of a contract that goes with that, and I was pretty satisfied that I just don't know particularly with the dollar savings amount that comes back, other than that does give them a guaranteed client to move the project forward. I just don't see a giant risk to letting staff move forward with it.
And yeah, so staff will report back on information related to that. IT director recruitment update. As you may recall, we are looking for a new IT director. Staff, in particular Bonnie, had gone through various finalists for that position. We had offered the job to 2 candidates. For personal reasons, they were unable to accept the job, and they sent their regrets. So we are going back to the drawing board to fill the IT director position. If you do have any questions, please refer them to Bonnie and Mr. Vile. And lastly, there is some documents in front of you in your council folder related to the RVTD operating levy, and there were comments at the beginning of the meeting this evening related to asking us to support the RVTD levy renewal, and I wanted to make a motion that council approve of the levy and that we would support it in the voters pamphlet statement.
Can I get one? So I am, if you don't mind, sorry.
Go ahead.
So I am very considerate of these types of issues, especially if it does not relate directly to council, right? So sometimes there might just be different world events that are happening and people want to do a thing and say, oh, we should support this Oregon thing or federal thing or international thing, and I have very consistently been like, I don't want to get in those matters. I am personally supportive of it. I think for the council perspective, if it's like we are unanimous or close to it, I'm fine with moving forward. If we have like this 5-3 thing, I would suggest we don't move forward, if that makes sense, right? So that's why before we lay something on the table, I would want to hear if we do have some people that, you know, just don't want to sign on for whatever reason.
I actually did not remember supporting as a council the previous bond measure. You're saying we did? I did not remember that.
So Tanya came, and now I'd have to look. I don't. Now you're making me remember. I know for a fact we did one of them. I thought it was the 2016 one, because one of the big things about 2016 was the 2014 one failed. And so they really were pushing to make sure that they did everything they could to do it. So that's how I remember it. But we do have minutes that can go find it, but I'm fairly sure 2016 we did it. I don't 100%
I'm
remember.
working. I'm digging through to see if there's because Winnie has this amazing Excel chart with every single council action ever. So I'm working on it.
Okay.
Back to your point, though, if it's unanimous, that's a little better. But I just promise you, man, you're gonna get hit up all the time.
Yeah, and I want to clarify, like, I don't support us going and supporting ballot statements, like every ballot statement or anything like that. That would be totally not what Medford and a Medford City Council should be about, in my opinion. I believe this is a very narrow local issue that has real-world implications for Medford residents. I'm very particularly worried about people being able to get to work. I'm worried about people being able to go to the grocery store and get their medication and things like that. I know many people without cars and who are disabled and just can't drive. We've invested a lot as a community in RVTD, and seeing the current cuts on routes have been very concerning to me because of these reasons. And if people can't get to work, I mean, what are they going to do? And how are we, as a community, going to react. So I think there are limited times when it's appropriate for us to support these kind of measures. I think this is a narrowly tailored to one of those reasons. And I think it would, if we've supported these things before and we're not supporting this one now, I think it does send up some red flags. Mr. Vile, did you have a comment?
I was just going to make sure, council, there's a couple different ways we can address this. We could write our own statement, but what RVTD is simply asking us to do is the canned statement that they have in your packet, which pretty much outlines many of the things that Ms. Matting shared with you today. Our name would just be listed with all the other cities that are supporting it. So all we would be doing is adding our name to this ballot argument in the voters pamphlet.
And Mr. Card, if you can hear me, if you have a question or a comment.
Yeah, thanks, Garrett. So, I generally tend to be fairly conservative when it comes to putting out support for issues outside of the city. That is something that I always want us to be really careful about doing, because it's easy to get down the slope of everybody coming and asking us for everything. And I think sometimes it's just not appropriate for us to comment on other jurisdictions. In this case, this is probably something that I'll vote for myself, but I do not think that we should make a decision as council whether we support or do not support this as a council matter.
Mr. Keating.
Yeah, thank you. I do not want to mix up city business with RVTD business. I'm not in favor of doing this for the RVTD or most any other organization. In the future, it's possible I could see that in some instance, but this would not be the one.
Oh, Mr. Mitten.
I just wanted to say that thanks to Winnie's amazing spreadsheet, I did find in 2021 there was a motion to direct staff to put together a letter of support for the ballot measure at that time related to RVTD. That's the one I was able to find so far.
Thank you for your research. Mr. Quinn?
Did that? So we directed staff to do it. Did it go in the voters pamphlet?
I was looking at 2016 one to see if we did it, but.
Maybe, is there a way that we can, okay, so if we don't end up with this, there's different ways that the support could go out, maybe, I guess is the only thing that.
There's a clock ticking down, is my understanding.
The biggest issue is they need to submit this by Friday.
Well, you're going to sign on, right? Yeah.
Mr. Quinn.
I agree with Kevin and Nick. I don't think as a council we should support things at all, even if it's unanimous. Certainly if it's not unanimous, but if we support it as a council, this comes up in labor law, for example, where a union supports something but not all of its members do. And the issue becomes, yes, the union has the right to speak, but the individuals have the right not to speak. And by speaking on behalf of the membership, you're violating their rights. So that becomes quite a can of worms under the First Amendment. It's not directly applicable, but it feels the same. If we speak as a council, but not all of us support it, the council is speaking for us and abridging our ability to have our own opinion because we're in council. I'm not going to express an opinion because it's a private matter how I plan to vote personally, but I don't think we should express a vote on behalf of council. When we do fill out an SEL 400 and endorse someone or something ourselves, that's us. And the voters can decide whether they're happy with us or not the next time we're up because it's us. That's fine. But as a council, it's a totally different issue. And I don't want to be speaking and making the assumption that 20 some odd thousand people in Ward 2 all unanimously agree with me, because in a sense, I'd be speaking for them as their counselor and as council. I'm not going to do that. No way. They can speak fine without me as speaking as council. And if I want to speak personally, I have the right to do it. That's how I feel about it. It's a bad precedent, and I think it's wrong for a lot of reasons.
Any other comments on this?
I'm going to pay to put a statement in, so if anyone wants to join me, we can do it on our own personal level.
I will happily join you.
Thank you. If anyone else, you can find me.
Okay, it looks like there's consensus not to move forward on that issue. I think, let's see. Oh, yes, Mr. Kroger.
Sorry, this is totally logistical. Do you need a withdrawal of the motion even though it was never seconded?
I said I wanted to make a motion. I never made the motion. Yeah. Lawyers, you know.
Very nice.
Let's see, last item for council officers. The mayor has decided to abscond on the Pear Blossom Day. And so we have no one to be acting mayor to shoot the gun to start the Pear Blossom race. I have asked Jessica as council president, and she did not give me a firm answer. So I'm
You could
looking
not give me a time, Vice
I
President?
don't know the time. Early in the
It's
morning.
8. It's like 8 a.m.
How early?
8 a.m.
I think it's,
I'm pretty sure I left my house at 6:30.
All right, I'll do it.
Yeah, no, it's like 9:15 with crepes. Okay, it's really elegant.
The council president has said she wants to do it, but if we need a backup,
That's the Vice President.
not in town.
I can back her up.
Mr. Keating, perfect. And there's two Kevin. Did you want to? I thought you were going to go on the race.
Be there anyway.
Okay. He did.
Oh, wait, you're already going to be there, Kevin? Do you just want to do it?
Yeah, I run the 5K, I break some records, and then I go over and see that.
I walked the 5K.
I think it's super appropriate for you to do this.
Mr. Stein did.
If Mr.
All in
Keating, if you want to
favor?
hold the trigger with me, we can do that too.
Co-mayors for the day. It's beautiful. Thank you.
That'd be
Two
swell.
Kevins. Mr. Kurlinger, did you have a?
Stein was bouncing in his chair for the opportunity to do it.
This is my gift to you, Kevin Stein.
Oh, kind, gracious President, thank you.
And that concludes council officers update. Thank you.
Wait,
All
it's
right.
not a real gun?
Well, sort of. You also have to ask for committee reports.
Oh, yeah, committee reports. Who went to a committee? I went to the Water Commission today. We had a wonderful lunch. It was the best lunch we've ever had at the Water Commission. And they passed a resolution to update internet provider services for the entire Water Commission, and we had a nice report on the capital improvement plan.
Can I ask a question? So Water Commission is doing an update pretty soon. Do you know what they're talking about?
Your Honor, I believe it's just their standard update that they give to us on a quarterly basis.
Oh.
We can also ask them for a specific topic if you would like, but I believe it's just a regular one.
Right, with that, well, number one, just a brief update on the water year, what that might mean coming up in the summer. Are there issues that we got to watch out for? And then an update to that capital plan update would be, I think, helpful with.
We can do that.
Probably some background for us on
Site, so now people can go in and get regional economic data, and there's tons of opportunity with that to grow it. Talked a little bit about the legislative things going on with opportunity zones and tax abatement, and it sounds like SoReady's building some pretty strong relationships with the county, which I think is good. And they also talked a little bit about the potential utilization of the CPACE program, which is renovations through property tax assessments, and something that we haven't really looked at here, but might be a good economic development activity. That's it.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any other takers on, Mr. Quinn.
So we had a link meeting last week, and there was a presentation. It was actually very well attended. I think there were probably 30 people on Zoom and maybe 40 people in the Prescott room. And we had a very interesting presentation by a representative of the consulate for Mexico. And it was a very interesting presentation indeed. It was half in Spanish. It kind of degenerated into Spanish towards the end, or generated up in Spanish, depending on how you look at it. But it was actually quite fascinating what resources are available and what work's being done to support the citizens of that country that are here. The next meeting is on April 8th, and Lilia has reached out to me because there is an opportunity for us to give a presentation about what council does and what they're about. And I think that sounds neat. I reached out to KJ to talk about that, and I'm interested if anybody else wants to join me.
What was the date again?
April 8th.
Breakfast?
It's 10 o'clock. Y todo va a estar en inglés, so don't worry.
Maybe.
Okay. Awesome. And we had a relatively uneventful meeting today of RVSS. There was this new general manager fellow. I didn't catch his name.
I heard that guy's pretty solid.
He thinks he is, yes. And he likes to make long stories short.
No, I heard he's really good, really handsome, clever. I've heard a lot of good things about him.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's about what I have. Thanks.
Going once, twice. Okay, we're concluded. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vile, staff reports.
Mayor, Council, we have a quick update from our HR Director, Bonnie Barish, regarding the city manager recruitment update.
Looks like you guys were uniform.
Mayor, Council, and with all of your accolades about the new manager, I think you like cats too, is what I heard. So, Mayor and Council, I am Bonnie Barish, your HR Director, here to talk about our executive search firm for our city manager recruitment. We had, in January of this year, we established a subcommittee of Councilors West, Kerlinger, and Card with John and myself, and we talked about the different recruitment firms that we had received quotes for. We looked at, there were 5 that we received quotes, but then 1 withdrew because they didn't want to, they wanted to make sure that they were only virtual, and this requires both. We looked at SGR, Strategic Government Resources, Raftellus, Jensen Strategies, and the Wendy Brown Company, and the proposals were in your packet. Looking at that, the evaluation process is that each one of the committee members scored those based on particular criteria, which included things like their approach to recruitment, their experience with executive level municipal searches, and the proposed services in their entire package. All 4 were similar in range and pricing. Fees ranged from $27,000 to mid-30,000s, with some additional expenses for travel to be here. During the meeting, the committee discussed each firm's proposal, their qualifications, and their approach to conducting the recruitment. And then after the discussion, we ranked the firms within the top 4. And so based on the committee's rankings, Raftellus received the highest overall ranking among the 4 firms reviewed. Raftellus had the highest overall placement, indicating the strongest support from the group. So that placement matrix was also in your packet. So the recommendation of the committee is that we recommend Raftellus to conduct the evaluation recruitment for the city of Medford's next city manager. And we are respectfully asking your kind of, I guess, approval, thumbs up, thumbs down. I'm not sure how it works at this point, to move forward with the recruitment process. Okay.
Adequate?
That's adequate.
It passes legal muster? Excellent.
All right. Thank you very much.
To be clear, this was John V., also known as the Good John, that was on here, not me.
John V.
Okay, if we got some direction,
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, anything for the good of the order?
We were ready just to roll into this. Harry probably needs to come down and put up a PowerPoint or something.
I'm going to adjourn.
I had a 20-minute prepared good of the order presentation.
That wouldn't have been good for the order.
Yeah. What are we doing? Mine says it's canceled.
The executive session's canceled.
No. Oh yeah, I know what's going on. I remember this.
Usually we are here as long as the council wants to talk, is kind of how meetings go. Today was a little bit different, but usually it's up to the council on if we want to be here 30 minutes or 3 hours.
No disagreement from me. Like I said, y'all can do whatever you want. That was been established in the record.
I mean,
That was fantastic.
it's like it just seemed a little out of context, okay? It's just a little
Sounds like
bit.
Trump's rubbed up on you a little bit.
It's like, what?
Do whatever.
I was waiting for like an assembly line of every last person to come in and be like, Councilor Stott says you can just do whatever you want, so do what I want you to do. All right, are we game on? All right, let's do this. Good evening. It's March 18th. It is 10:14. Call the roll, please.
Jessica Ayers,
Here.
Nick Card, Kevin Keating,
Here.
Mike Hurlinger,
Here.
John Quinn,
Here.
Zach Smith,
Here.
Kevin Stein,
Here.
Garrett West,
Here.
Michael Zarzynski.
All right, thank you. Next, approval correction amendment, January 21st, 2026 minutes. Any corrections? Seeing none, stand. Oral request communications. Anyone signed up?
Nope.
No one signed up. Next, consent calendar. Nothing. Public hearings. None. Resolutions. We got 3.
All right. Mr. Chair, item 70.1 is Resolution 2026-02, a resolution approving a minor amendment to Section 601C29 of the City Center Revitalization Plan.
Great. Thank you. First one. I don't have the thing in front of me. Oh, is the first one Children's Museum?
70, it's the amendment of the plan.
Okay.
Okay. Harry Weiss, Urban Renewal Project Specialist. This is a procedural action based on the direction that you all gave in study session with the revised scope of the plan for the expansion of the Children's Museum of Southern Oregon. We need to redefine the project that was adopted into the plan to put in the renovation of 111 North First Street as the subject of the project, as opposed to the previous one, which was the addition to the Carnegie Library. So all references to the Carnegie Library have been deleted, and the renovation of 111 North First Street is now the definition of project number 29. So it just needs your blessing for the text amendment.
All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Smith. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Kevin Keating.
Wait, what?
Mayor has discussion.
The mayor has raised his hand. Now, earlier tonight, did you raise your hand?
I did. That's okay. I'll go fast.
Mr. Curlinger raised his hand, and I made sure to stop you to make sure that Mr. Curlinger do it, so I'll give you the floor.
The long story short is the amendment of this to include the 111 North First Street building adds a Newcomb. It fits perfectly with our ability to repurpose buildings, particularly one like that, and just makes a ton of sense to do this.
Thank you very much. Is there any further comment? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Kevin Keating.
Aye.
Zach Smith.
Yes.
Jessica Ayers.
Yes.
Mike Hurlinger.
Yes.
John Quinn.
Yes.
Kevin Stein.
Yes.
Garrett West.
Abstain.
Michael Zarzynski.
Yep.
Motion passes 7 with 1 abstention.
Great, thank you. Next up.
All right, Mr. Chair, item 70.2 is Resolution 2026-003, a resolution superseding Muir Resolution 2025-10 and approving and authorizing execution of a grant agreement between the Medford Urban Renewal Agency and the Children's Museum of Southern Oregon, providing $1.5 million of capital funding for the renovation of 111 North First Street, Medford, Oregon.
All right, thank you.
So this is the follow-on action. You already approved the $1.5 million grant for the addition to the Carnegie. Now that we've redefined the scope of the project, and based on the direction that you gave in study session, the funds are being reallocated for renovation work at 111 North Fur. So the entire 1.5 million will now be invested in that building, not in the Carnegie property.
Awesome. Is there any questions? I see no questions. Is there a motion? Motion for Mr. Mayor.
I move approval of Resolution 2025-010, approving and authorizing execution of a grant agreement between the Medford Urban Renewal Agency and the Children's Museum of Southern Oregon.
That must be an outdated, because...
We're in 2026.
2026-003, not 2025-010. I apologize for that.
Okay. 2026-003 as titled rather than in the text.
Second.
Yes.
Move.
It was a trap.
Yeah, it worked.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Mr. Smith. Discussion.
I may have been early on my previous motion, but essentially the sentiments still are the same.
Mr. Curlinger.
So just a quick comment. I mean, it would be not transparent to say there's some level of like, sure, give them 1.5 million to work on the Carnegie, because guess who owns the Carnegie and benefits in the long term? That dynamic was at play. That being said, like after I've learned about the work TMU do, the Children's Museum of Southern Oregon,
There you go.
and how many people it serves, like I'm still in support of this. This is a really great asset, and it works to fill an empty building downtown and keep it from getting dilapidated. But I don't want to pretend like that dynamic didn't exist and later have someone say why.
Thank you. Anything else? Well, thank you, Sonny, for being here for 4 hours and 20 minutes, but we're making it worth your time. And again, great work for all you and your team do in providing services. So with that, please call the roll.
Michael Zarzinski,
Yes.
Zach Smith,
Yes.
Jessica Ayers,
Yes.
Kevin Keating,
Yes.
Mike Curlinger,
Yes.
John Quinn,
Yes.
Garrett West,
Abstain.
Kevin Stein.
Yes.
Motion passes 7 with 1 abstention.
Apropos of the 4 hours, if you break it down, it's $375,000 an hour. Nice work if you can get it.
All right. Next up.
All right. Item 70.3 is Resolution 2026-004, a resolution amending a grant and loan agreement between Medford Urban Renewal Agency and Living Waters Rogue Valley for seismic retrofit of 360 East Jackson Street.
All right, we had the study session about this the other day, but
It was in the executive session because I think was where we discussed it.
I can't talk about it then.
So as you all will recall, the scope of work for the renovation of the Living Waters Church was found to be larger than what was initially identified and requested. The church has asked that the funds that you all provided in the form of $350,000, half a loan, half a grant, would still be allowed to be used for the renovation of the major portion, the main assembly space of the building. Originally, we thought that was going to be the full scope of the project, so this amendment simply says they can proceed forward with their first phase using the 350 for the original main assembly space that was identified.
Great. Any questions? Mr. Curlinger.
Wasn't there some discussion of like after 30 years or a certain amount of time the loan becomes forgivable, or is this just a lien on the property until sold, due on sale?
It's due on sale,
In perpetuity?
as I recall, yes.
Okay.
Further questions? Mr.
Was
Keating.
that 100% of it due on perpetuity or half of it?
Half is a loan due on sale,
Okay.
the other half is an outright grant.
Okay.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, motion.
I'll move to approve the motion as presented.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Curlinger, seconded by Mr. West. Further discussion? Mr.
Yeah.
Keating.
Once again, I'm just going to reiterate why I would be voting against this. I don't think we should be expending money for the renovation of a church at first, and then secondly, if at all, I think it would, if we did the entire thing as a loan due on sale, I'd be better with that.
All right, that is in the record. Mr. Curlinger.
I'll just clarify that I'm not supporting support necessarily of giving grant funding to a religious organization so much as a property building downtown that was in dilapidation and was only going to get worse with detrimental property values to the surrounding properties, and an organization who has been a fantastic partner with the city. So I don't want to give them money because they're religious. I also don't want to not give them money simply because they're religious if they're doing good things for the city. That being said, I'm a member of the church. I've disclosed that every time we've talked about it, and I will not financially gain from this, so I'm still going to vote.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I had been hesitant before on this as well, and that is the way to get there for me, is just simply the idea of activating a building, keeping it in repair, keeping everything in whatever. It's a kind of a neighborhood, I guess, benefit at that point. Clearly, we just gave a bunch of, just gave a large grant to a similar nonprofit, though, that I don't know. I guess, and that's, I don't want to be unfair because that is like a daily activation center, and I'm not quite sure what the church does. However, I can get there from the basic of protecting, I guess, long story short, property values in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we do have a motion on the table, right? So, please call the roll.
Mike Curlinger,
Yes.
Garrett West,
Yes.
Kevin Keating,
No.
Jessica Ayers,
Yes.
John Quinn,
Yes.
Zach Smith,
Yes.
Michael Zarazinski,
Yeah.
Kevin Stein.
Yes.
We have 7 yes and 1 no.
Thank you very much. That takes care of our resolutions for the evening. Board business. Anyone have anything for board business? Seeing none, director and staff reports.
I'd hope to give you a more full update on Manzanita Street, but in fact, the bid opening is next week. We are still holding steady to the $2.3 million allocation from Mura, and we're hopeful that the bids will come in at or below that amount, but more to come very soon. Certainly at the April meeting, we'll be able to report on what the final bids look like. I distributed to you with the PowerPoint summary a short, condensed version of the capital tracker, because I realized that you don't really need to look at everything that we've spent in detail over the past. So I tried to digest it down into something simple. So the issue before you this evening, and Mr. Weil will speak about some of this as well, is that there are a number of contingent funding allocations that the board needs to consider. We've talked about potential funding for transition to Mura 2.0, stadium design. We don't have any funds reserved for the Beatty Street row house development and what that might entail. We still have evolving design work going on with Central Avenue and the warehouse and the apartment complex. And then we also discussed about the potential repurchase if La Fiesta Market doesn't go forward in the future. Our remedy is to buy the property back. So those are all kind of contingent liabilities out there that we need to address. The fact of the matter is that unallocated cash that we currently have does not cover all of those expenses. So I've identified a number of current allocations for reconsideration, 2 of them being we have $750,000 reserved for traffic calming in Liberty Park. I really don't see that that's going to happen in any substantial or meaningful way. We still have $125,000 available for signage to develop a bike path through Liberty Park that takes you down to Pear Blossom Park. That was something when you all took the bike path off of Riverside, you still wanted to do, so we haven't touched those funds. The second one is that when we swapped property with Lithia to get the hotel site, we reserved $750,000 for their potential construction of a parking deck on the property, on the lot next to it and at the Commons. That reservation expires at the end of next month, and they have made no move forward to do anything about building a deck. So that's going to roll off naturally, and we'll free up $750,000 there. So between those two, we can certainly create a little bit more flexibility and funding availability to cover a variety of contingencies. Among those, we're also, and this is where I'll hand it over to John to speak about, at the study session at the end of February, we all discussed the allocation of current Mira dollars for baseball stadium design development. But there were a number of outstanding questions about participation by the Emeralds and others. So we want to get some direction from you about that. That will require some formal action by the board to authorize those funds going forward.
Thank you. Mr. Weil.
So at the February meeting, you directed staff to proceed with an RFP so we can get a final better cost estimate for what a stadium might cost. That RFP is underway. We are in the process of writing that, got off to a good start on it. We've had conversations with Mr. Elmore noting that he needs to participate in this process. There was not a definitive percent or number. Where we currently stand is if the study is about $500,000, he's more than happy to pay for half of that. If it goes above that, he wants to discuss it. We have all along said we believe the study is going to be between $500,000 and $1 million. If he's already agreed to pay half of $500,000, that's $250,000. So what I would ask the board is authorization to write a resolution amending the revitalization plan for up to $750,000 to spend on an RFP to finish the preliminary design.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on that?
That seems like a lot of money all of a sudden for potential. I think maybe we ought to poll people on how many think the stadium would go forward before we spend that money. I don't know. It seems like throwing good money after bad at this point.
I'd like to know how much more than 250 he's going to put in if it's 500, if it's over 500.
I would too. I mean, the bottom line is he's saying how much. I can't tell him how much because I don't know how much the study's going to cost until we get the bids back on an RFP. He said, I'm happy to pay up to $500,000. Beyond that, let's negotiate it.
How about we tell him it could be 750? What are you going to pay?
We can tell him that.
Sweet.
What are we willing to pay?
Mr. Curlinger.
The ask you're making right now makes sense. If we already know he's committed to up to 250 and then other things matter. We can pass a resolution amending that amount to 750. You can't go spend 750 without another approval. I think that's slightly outside the scope of your contract authority or Harry's contract authority. So honestly, my thought is when we get the RFP out at that time, when we get responses, will we know, hey, I think I can get you to 60%, and then here's a quote for how much that's going to cost, or 30% of whatever we're looking at. At what point will we have some concept of that number?
Yeah, so I mean, we put the RFP out. One of the criteria in the RFP as far as how we score that and who we award it to is going to be what their fee is likely going to be. So we're going to have a good idea as soon as we select a consultant to do this work on what the amount is. I can approach Mr. Elmore and say how much, we'd like to see 50% of this, and it could be negotiated.
Great. I mean, I say we amend this amount because it's already going down, so it's already a positive thing. We get the number from the contractor. And then we have real numbers instead of all these hypotheticals to work with. Hey, it's going to wind up being 800,000. You willing to chip in at least 4? No, you won't do 4? Well, cool. If we're not partnering, we're out.
I believe Mr. Mitten had his hand up too.
Oh, sure.
Oh, I just wanted to share, though I know we're not making a final decision on percentage tonight, that when we talk about the overall share, public versus private in terms of stadium, there was a broad swath, but the kind of the median range was that 75% public, 25% from the team. That's for all stadium construction, but theoretically that ratio could be applied to pre-development work as well.
Thank you. Councilor Ayers, or board member Ayers, I guess now.
Thank you. I've said I'm not a huge fan of using Mira money for this thing. And I'm glad that he's finally agreeing to chip in some money. I think it should be more. I also wish that I would have asked that night, and I never did, what Major League Baseball is contributing, because they kept talking about what a great partner they were, but not once did they ever talk about how much money they were going to contribute. Oh, I see Curlinger's hand up.
Major League Baseball is contributing $0. They do not build stadiums.
That's great and all, but they're the ones that are going to benefit from all this. So, I don't know. I mean, you're right. We're not approving the actual spending of the money right now, but I'm just going to say that I don't love this, specifically when we know that if the stadium total build cost goes over a certain amount, it's not feasible anyway. And we don't really have any assurance that, we can get a stadium built for the lower dollar amount that he seems to think that we can. So I'm just really leery of dumping money at something that we're never going to get there on anyway.
I would just say, in terms of how a study or the process goes in terms of the feasibility and getting a number of how much it would potentially put a baseball stadium in that area, is there certain points where before the entire money is expended, there could be like a discussion point? The reason I bring this up, and I know it's not a quite one-for-one, but when we had this was a feasibility study to get a conference center in Medford in 2016. That was actually a 3-tiered approach, right? So they did like soft coverage, and then it was like, okay, do you want to keep going? And then you want to keep going. And so it was actually during that process that they're like, actually a conference center is not feasible, but we can keep going and talk about a potential like sports facility. And then the council was able to keep going. So I know this isn't a one-for-one, but I'm wondering if it gets tiered in such a way that we can get information to a certain point, and then we have a discussion, and we can get more information and have a discussion. Because I think Councilor Ayers' point is, what if we go down a road and we know kind of early on that there's zero chance of it happening within a dollar figure that we kind of discussed? If we find out early in the process it's $120 million, then it's like, okay, well, the council can make that decision that we're done.
Chair, we can do our best to put that package, something like that together. What I would say, though, is what we've been doing up to this point is we've had a bunch of numbers that are educated guesses.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of engineering and design work that's gone into it. If before you can make a final decision, you need a much more refined number, which is, I think that's what we're asking for, and that's, I think, what you need. 10% plans is still not a long ways down the road to preparing something. I would be very reluctant to say at 2% plan or 5% plan, we want you to make a decision, because now we know, unless the numbers are super high. So that's probably a long way to say I'll do my best, but I think we need to do some work before we can give you a solid number that I have confidence for you to make a final decision on.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yes, go ahead.
So I think Kevin used the phrase feasibility study, and I think that's kind of more prescient than maybe he even realized. I think how much DG is going to kick in for up to 750 is a feasibility study of itself, because if he's not, then he's not going to put in enough for the project either. So he's telling us, by his attitude towards this relatively small amount, what's going to end up being feasible at the end of the day. So it's a test for him, frankly. I was frank with him about it when we were all here. So we want to know who you are and what you're about. And if you're going to say, yeah, 250 is enough, you guys spend the money, we can say, well, sorry, you're not that guy. Goodbye.
So I understand what you're saying, but I would say being willing to kick in, because I didn't think it was going to be anything, right? So the fact that we're at 250 for a $500,000 study, if it's that, I mean, I understand you talk about, well, what if he doesn't? But we can talk a little bit about what he's been willing to do, right? And I think that's a credit to him and the partnership that you, talk to him about. So when we get to a point where we do have a number in hand, that can be a further discussion. But I guess what's on the table right now is solely, is the Mura board willing to move around allocations so there is money available to, put out a bid, figure out what we get back, and it still has to come back again for us to ratify that amount. So this is like very preliminary, but it's a way to get to a point where we're getting bids. So, is this?
May I add one thing?
Yeah.
Just keeping the hat
Yeah.
straight. Mura's giving this money to the city as a grant. The city is going to handle everything relative to any contracting, RFP process, negotiations with Mr. Elmore and his group about executing on any kind of feasibility analysis or design work. So the question for the Mura board is, do you want us to bring back a resolution authorizing a grant not to exceed $750,000 to the city of Medford for this purpose and hand it off? Because the board action has nothing to do with negotiating with Elmore or anything else about the stadium.
Councilor Ayers has something, and then we'll go to you, Mr. Keating. Jessica?
What?
It's on you.
What was that?
You're up. You're on deck. You're up
For
to
what?
bat.
I took my hand down.
Oh.
I wanted to remind everyone, don't forget that we've spent a lot of money on this already. But that's it.
All right.
So, yeah, we're just granting, we as the Mura board are going to give the city $750. We are not spending that money until the board makes a decision to do that. Is that correct? Well, that's,
The board is giving money to the city, and the
No.
city is doing the.
The board would authorize funding up to a limit of $750,000 for the city to use. It's up to the city to figure out how to use it.
that I'm fine with.
All right. And so we're not even doing that today. We're
Right, no,
we're directing
it's coming
staff
back
to
to you
bring it
next month.
back.
Yes.
Okay. Do you need a motion for this?
No, direction
Okay.
is fine.
Okay.
We can, unless, John, you want something more formal?
No.
Yeah, because we're not making, we're making a,
Given
say,
direction.
please bring it back to us later. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just Mr. King, per your question, it's well above my authority, so we have to bring this back to the board anyhow for your approval to enter into a contract.
Sorry, so just so I understand, does this mean the city is now going to solicit bids?
Yes, we're going to put together that final RFP and get it issued as quick as we can.
What is the timeline on that RFP? What's the turnaround?
We're hoping in the next 3 weeks or so.
Okay.
So soon. I can't give you a specific date. It's being drafted right now.
Okay, yeah, I just wondered, like, what is the time frame? And so next Mura board meeting, we will be able to, we'll have the information in hand. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Did you have any further reports?
I have one more, which
Okay.
was as a result of a meeting I had this morning. I do need to give you a quick update on the Central Avenue apartment project. Stewardship Development is in the impact assessment phase of the ORCA application. The project has gone through a couple of iterations. They're up to 116 units, serving seniors and veterans who make at 60% or less of area median income. 104 one-bedroom units, 12 two-bedroom units. They want to maximize the parking that's available for this project, so they're able to get about 99 parking spaces on this site. Let me just show you an updated. So the image on the left, warehouse is up in the left-hand corner, left or upper corner. It's an L-shaped building. All the access for all the properties, the warehouse, the apartments, and Les Schwab to the south will be on that south driveway, which is currently an easement in favor of Les Schwab across our property. So it makes sense to consolidate, especially because we're on a major arterial. What this would do is it would leave the warehouse with a fairly small parcel of land and 20 parking spaces. Initially, our thought was that the warehouse would have a flagpole along that southern driveway. It makes more sense for us to put the flagpole at the north end of the property and just have frontage, and then share the access, and the apartment complex is responsible for the maintenance of all of that access. The other feature here, and this is what sort of goes back to the question about capital reserves, is currently the utilities serving the warehouse, sewer, water, and gas, run through the proposed housing site. So those will need to be routed through the northern section where there's like a little open area, community garden kind of space. So we're going to have some additional expenses relative to the warehouse in terms of how it fits with the final scheme, but this is the preferred scheme that they intend to submit to OHCS on this provision of senior and veteran preference housing. I'll be happy to answer any other
Awesome.
questions.
Thank you for that information. Mr. Keating?
So that would be seniors of any age, is that correct? I mean, I'm sorry, veterans of any age.
I'm sorry?
Veterans of any age, is that correct?
No, it would still be seniors.
Okay, good, so
Yeah,
it's all
because the
seniors.
combination of the funding is there'll be a pot of money that is for senior housing and a possible pot of money for veterans housing. They both have to meet the same criteria. They have to meet the same age.
So the same criteria is that they're older
Age.
veterans?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I was at.
Yep.
Mr. Curlinger?
Are they, just remind me, wanting to, are these going to be rentals or owned?
Rental.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay. I don't see any further questions. Did you have anything else for us?
That's all for you tonight.
I see nothing else. Is there any propositions or remarks from board members?
I blame Ryan for how late this meeting went.
I do not see any. Other than that, I see no other propositions and remarks from board members. At 10:45, it is time to adjourn.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Jessica.
Good night, Jess.